Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The house at the end of Maple Street stood apart from its neighbors, not just in distance but in presence. Its weathered Victorian facade seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, windows like vacant eyes staring out at the world that had long since moved on without it. The property had been vacant for nearly 7 years, ever since Alina Blackwood disappeared without a trace or explanation. A heavy chain with 3 separate padlocks secured the front door, placed there by authorities after their investigation yielded nothing but questions. In the small town of Millfield, the Blackwood house had become something of a landmark, though not one mentioned in tourist brochures or historical walking tour. It was the kind of place that residents pointed to from a distance, voices dropping to whispers as they shared fragments of stories, each more elaborate than the last. Children crossed to the opposite side of the street when passing by. Most adults did too, though they wouldn't admit it. Detective Sarah Holloway had been a rookie officer when Alina vanished. Now, as she pulled up to the curb beside the house, wipers clearing the gentle October rain from her windshield, she carried the weight of that unsolved case like a stone in her pocket, always there, always felt. The call came in at 10:42 p.m., Officer Davis said, consulting his notepad as he stood beneath the shelter of a black umbrella. Mrs. Henderson across the street saw the door open while letting her dog out for a final bathroom break, said she nearly had a heart attack. Sarah nodded, her gaze fixed on the front door that now stood partially ajar, the heavy chain that had sealed it for 7 years lying in a heap on the porch like a discarded snake skin. The rain created a gentle, persistent backdrop of white noise that seemed to isolate the house even further from the rest of the world. "Anyone go inside yet?" she asked, pulling on latex gloves with practiced precision. "No, ma'am. Secured the perimeter and waited for you, just like protocol says for the Blackwood place." The special protocol existed because of Sarah. After years of pushing, she had convinced the department to treat any disturbance at the house as connected to the original disappearance. Most of her colleagues humored her, seeing it as a harmless obsession, until tonight. Sarah approached the porch steps, each one creaking beneath her weight despite her deliberate lightness. The sound of the rain diminished as she stepped under the shelter of the portico. The air felt different here, heavier, as if saturated with more than just moisture. The chains weren't cut, she observed, crouching down to examine them. The locks were opened with keys. Only 3 sets of keys existed. One remained in evidence storage. Another belonged to Alina's sister, who had moved to Arizona years ago. The third had disappeared with Alina herself. Straightening up, Sarah pushed the door open wider with the back of her hand. The hinges protested with a long, mournful groan that seemed to echo through the empty house beyond. She switched on her flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness like a scalpel, revealing dancing dust motes that swirled in its path. The foyer looked exactly as it had been documented in the case files. Sarah had memorized faded floral wallpaper, an antique console table with a tarnished silver mail tray, a coat rack still holding Alina's beige raincoat. 7 years of abandonment had layered everything with dust, yet nothing appeared disturbed. No footprints marked the floor save for the ones Sarah was now creating. "Davis," she called back to the officer who remained at a respectful distance. "Have forensics check those locks for prints, and get me the service record for them. I want to know if anyone's duplicated those keys." She moved deeper into the house, her training keeping her steps methodical even as her heart rate accelerated. The beam of her flashlight swept across the living room furniture draped in sheets that had once been white but now carried the yellowed patina of age. Nothing disturbed. The kitchen, too, remained frozen in time, dishes still in the drying rack, a coffee mug on the counter with a dark ring of residue at the bottom. Then she reached the dining room, and the breath caught in her throat. The oval mahogany table dominated the space. 7 years ago, it had been documented as bare. Now a single place setting occupied one end, a fine china plate, silver cutlery arranged with precise symmetry, a crystal water glass. The chair was pulled out slightly, as if inviting someone to sit, and resting in the center of the bone-white plate was an apple, its skin a deep, glossy red that caught the beam of Sarah's flashlight and reflected it back with an almost unnatural vibrancy. The apple was fresh, impossibly fresh. Sarah circled the table slowly, her flashlight beam never leaving that single place setting. The layer of dust that coated everything else in the house was absent here. Someone had carefully cleaned this one spot, arranged this one setting, placed this one apple. "Davis," she called out, her voice steady despite the chill that had settled at the base of her spine. "Get me an evidence bag for an apple and call the lieutenant. Tell him we're reopening the Blackwood case." As she waited, Sarah noticed something she had missed on her first inspection. Beside the plate, partially hidden by the gleaming silver fork, was a small folded note. Using her pen, she carefully opened it to reveal a message written in elegant script. "7 years is long enough. I'm ready to come home now." The handwriting matched the samples in Alina's file. Samples Sarah had studied until she could recognize them as easily as her own. Outside, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows and roof. Inside, time seemed suspended as Sarah stared at the note, the apple, the precisely arranged place setting. Alina Blackwood wasn't just missing anymore. She was sending a message. In the weeks that followed, the investigation intensified. Forensic analysis confirmed the impossible. The fingerprints on the note, the apple, the place setting all belonged to Alina Blackwood, yet no one had seen her enter the house. The neighbors' security cameras showed no one approaching the property the night the door opened. The apple, subjected to extensive testing, proved even more perplexing. Its genetic profile matched a rare heirloom variety that had grown in the Blackwood family orchard, an orchard that had been cut down 3 years after Alina's disappearance to make way for a housing development. Sarah Holloway kept the case file on her desk, adding new notes each day, connecting threads that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. The door that shouldn't have opened had revealed not answers, but deeper mysteries. And sometimes, late at night in her office, she would look up from her work with the uncanny sensation that someone was standing just behind her, watching, waiting to be found. The case remains officially unsolved, but in Millfield, they say if you pass by the Blackwood house on certain nights, you might see a light in the dining room window. And if you look carefully, you might glimpse the silhouette of a woman sitting at the table, taking a bite from an apple that shouldn't exist. Story 2, the plumber had seen all kinds of things stuck in pipes, rings, hair, even rodents. But when he started snaking the clogged drain in the old apartment, something strange happened. A soft voice, barely a whisper, echoed up from the darkness below. "Can you hear me?" He froze, his hands trembling. Thinking it was a trick, he called out, "Who's there?" The pipes rattled in response. Then the whisper came again, closer this time. "I'm still here." It was a Tuesday morning in November when Ray Hollies received the service call to the Westmont apartments on Cherry Street. Building 4, apartment 307, had reported slow drainage in their bathtub for the third time that month. The maintenance records showed previous visits had yielded only temporary solutions, hair clogs that seemed to reappear within days. Ray noted this pattern as he climbed the 3 flights of stairs, his toolbox creating a rhythmic metallic echo in the stairwell. The tenant, an elderly woman named Mrs. Alina Price, had lived in the building for 19 years. She greeted Ray with a cup of tea waiting on the counter, steam rising in delicate spirals that disappeared into the air. "It's making that gurgling sound again," she explained, leading him to the bathroom. "Especially at night, sometimes I think I hear something else." Ray nodded politely, attributing her concerns to the imagination of someone who had lived alone too long. The bathroom was impeccably clean, with pale blue tiles that had begun to show their age through hairline cracks spreading like a map of forgotten rivers. The tub was bone dry, scrubbed to a shine that reflected the fluorescent light overhead. He set to work placing his cloth down to protect the porcelain, laying out his tools with practiced precision. The metal of the snake drum gleamed dully under the bathroom lights. As he fed the cable into the drain, he felt the familiar resistance of a standard clog, nothing unusual, just another day, another drain. That's when he heard it. The first whisper was so faint he thought it might be the building settling, or perhaps water moving through distant pipes. But then it formed words unmistakable despite their softness. "Can you hear me?" The voice was neither male nor female, yet distinctly human, a hoarse whisper that seemed to rise from somewhere deep below the building's foundation. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the Westmont Apartments 43 minutes after receiving Ray's call. She had been with the department's cold case unit for 8 years, and something in the plumber's trembling voice had triggered her investigative instinct. He met her in the lobby, his face ashen, hands still smelling of metal and pipe cleaner. "I know how this sounds," he began, eyes fixed on the floor, "but there's something down there, someone." The building manager, a man named Howard Gaines, insisted on accompanying them back to apartment 307. "This building has solid plumbing. State-of-the-art when it was installed in '86, he repeated, keys jingling nervously in his pocket. Mrs. Price sat in her living room armchair, fingers intertwined tightly in her lap, staring at a television that wasn't turned on. Detective Mercer examined the bathroom drain personally, inserting a small fiber-optic camera that displayed its feed on her department-issued tablet. The pipes were old but intact, showing no signs of breaks or unusual openings. As the camera descended further, the pipes widened into the main building stack. "Wait," she said, finger hovering over the screen. "Go back." The camera operator reversed slightly. There, caught in the edge of the frame, was what appeared to be a small piece of fabric, blue cloth wedged between pipe sections at a junction point. Within hours, the police had sectioned off the basement of the Westmont Apartments. Concrete dusty with age covered the floor, while exposed pipes crisscrossed the ceiling like industrial veins. The building's original plans, yellowed with time, were spread across a folding table set up by the entrance. "The main stack runs directly below apartment 307, explained the city's infrastructure specialist, tracing a line with his finger. "But there's something else here, a maintenance tunnel that wasn't included in the renovation plans from 2002. It should have been sealed off." Behind a shelving unit filled with cleaning supplies, they found it a narrow door, its edges nearly invisible against the concrete wall. The lock was old, its mechanism stiff with disuse, but it yielded to their specialized tools. The tunnel beyond was narrow, forcing Detective Mercer to stoop as she led the team forward. Their flashlights cut through darkness that seemed almost solid, illuminating pipes that ran along the ceiling and walls. The air was stale, carrying the faint smell of mildew and something organic and wrong. Approximately 30 feet in, the tunnel widened into a small room that had once housed water purification equipment, now long removed. In the corner, they found a makeshift living space, a thin mattress, empty food containers, and a stack of notebooks filled with cramped handwriting. And there, against the wall where a section of pipe had been carefully cut and resealed, was a small directional microphone pointed upward, positioned directly beneath apartment 307's bathroom drain. The notebooks belonged to Thomas Wheeler, a former maintenance worker who had disappeared 4 years earlier. His employment had been terminated after Mrs. Price had filed a complaint about him entering her apartment without authorization. The building manager had reported him missing after he failed to return his keys and collect his final paycheck. The last notebook entry, dated just 1 week earlier, read, "She knows I'm still here. I can hear her moving above. Soon she'll understand why I had to stay close. Soon she'll hear more than just my voice." A search of the tunnel system revealed a hidden access point that led to a storm drain and eventually to the street, explaining how Wheeler had managed to survive undetected for years, coming and going in the early morning hours. Food wrappers matched products from a convenience store 3 blocks away, where security footage confirmed occasional visits from a man in a hooded jacket who always paid in cash. Mrs. Price has since moved in with her daughter in another state. The Westmont apartments underwent extensive renovations, all maintenance tunnels properly sealed and secured. Ray Hollies still works as a plumber, but refuses to take calls at that address. Detective Mercer keeps one of Wheeler's notebooks in her desk drawer, not as evidence, since the case has been closed, but as a reminder. Sometimes, during quiet moments in the office, she opens it and studies the increasingly erratic handwriting, the words of a man who constructed an elaborate world beneath the feet of the woman who had rejected him. And sometimes, when the building is empty and the heating system shuts down for the night, she swears she can hear a whisper rising from the vents beneath her desk. "I'm still here." Thomas Wheeler was never found. Story 3. The afternoon light filtered through the dusty blinds of 1842 Oakwood Drive, casting long, thin shadows across the hardwood floors. Melanie Carson had been selling homes in Willow Creek for 15 years, but something about this particular Victorian made her breath catch in her throat. Not because of its beauty, though the crown molding and original fixtures were certainly selling points, but because of what she'd noticed during her initial walkthrough. The mirrors in the house bathrooms, hallways, even the ones the previous owners had left behind, didn't reflect the rooms correctly. The angles were wrong, the furniture slightly misplaced. But the strangest part was the master bedroom. No matter where she stood, she couldn't see herself. The mirror reflected everything in the room except her. She dismissed it as a trick of the light, or perhaps fatigue from a long week of showings. But as Detective James Holloway now stood in that same master bedroom 3 months later, he understood exactly what she had meant. "When did the new owners first notice the discrepancy?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking any louder might disturb something in the house. Officer Daniels flipped through her notepad, the gentle rustling of paper filling the silence. "Mr. and Mrs. Bennett moved in 6 weeks ago. They reported feeling uneasy almost immediately, but attributed it to settling into a new home. It wasn't until Mrs. Bennet was unpacking her makeup in the master bathroom that she noticed she couldn't see herself in the mirror. Holloway nodded slowly, his reflection, or rather, the absence of it, confirming what he'd been told. The mirror showed the four-poster bed behind him, the antique dresser to his left, even the ceiling fan spinning lazily overhead. But where his 6-foot frame should have been, there was nothing but empty space. "And the previous owners?" Holloway asked, the tip of his pen pressing into his notebook without making a mark. "The Crawfords owned the house for 47 years. No issues reported, at least none on record." Officer Daniels paused, her fingers tapping softly against the leather cover of her notepad. "But here's where it gets interesting. Robert Crawford died in his sleep 4 months ago. Natural causes, according to the coroner. His wife moved to Florida to live with their daughter almost immediately afterward." Holloway felt a slight chill creep up his spine, though the room was warm with the afternoon sun. And the real estate agent, Ms. Carson, reported the mirror anomaly to her supervisor, but was instructed to proceed with the sale. The company has no official statement on the matter. The house was quiet, too quiet, Holloway thought. No creaking floors, no settling foundation, no distant hum of appliances. Just the sound of their breathing and the occasional scratch of pen on paper. "The Bennets didn't just call us about mirrors, did they?" Holloway asked, already knowing the answer. Officer Daniels shook her head slowly. 3 days ago, Mrs. Bennet was alone in the house. She says she heard footsteps in the hallway, thought it was her husband coming home early from work. When she called out, she got no response. But when she checked the security system later, the footage showed a figure walking through the hallway at exactly that time, a figure that looked exactly like Robert Crawford. "The deceased previous owner," Holloway murmured. "Yes, but here's the thing," Daniels lowered her voice, though there was no one else in the house. The security system only showed him in the hallway. None of the other cameras picked him up entering or leaving the house. Holloway absently ran his finger along the ornate frame of the mirror. It was cold to the touch, much colder than it should have been. And what about the photograph? Daniels handed him a sealed evidence bag containing a faded Polaroid. In it, a much younger Robert Crawford stood in front of the house on what appeared to be moving day, boxes visible through the open front door behind him. His smile was wide, proud, but what caught Holloway's attention was the window above the front door where the distinct silhouette of a person could be seen watching from inside the empty house. "The Bennets found this in the attic," Daniels explained, "along with Crawford's journals. Most of it is mundane home repairs, gardening notes, but the entries stop abruptly in 1982 with this final note." She handed him another evidence bag, this one containing a yellowed page torn from a journal. The handwriting was shaky, urgent. "It's been watching us for 6 months now. I see it in the mirrors, always just out of sight when I turn around. Marie doesn't believe me, says I'm working too hard, but I know what I saw. It doesn't just watch, it studies. It's learning to be us." Holloway handed the items back to Daniels, a heaviness settling in his chest. "And the Bennets, where are they now?" "Staying at a hotel. They've already contacted their lawyer about voiding the sale." Holloway nodded, taking one last look around the room. The mirror still showed no reflection of either detective, just the empty bedroom, peaceful in the afternoon sun. "I don't blame them," he said quietly. "Let's finish up here and—" He stopped mid-sentence, his attention caught by something on the dresser that hadn't been there a moment before. A a small, leather-bound book that neither of them had placed there. Officer Daniels followed his gaze, her eyes widening slightly. That wasn't. No, Holloway confirmed, reaching for it with a gloved hand. It wasn't. The journal opened easily, as if it had been read many times before. Most pages were blank, but on the first page, in handwriting identical to Robert Crawford's final entry, was a single sentence. The mirrors don't reflect what is, they reflect what was, and sometimes what will be. As they left the house that afternoon, Detective Holloway couldn't shake the feeling they were leaving something unfinished. The case file would remain open, marked as an unexplained phenomenon, filed away with dozens of others that defied conventional explanation. But in the weeks that followed, Holloway found himself driving past 1842 Oakwood Drive more often than necessary. The house remained empty, a for sale sign swinging gently in the front yard, and sometimes, if the light hit just right, he could see a figure standing in the upstairs window watching, waiting for the next family to move in, unaware of the house where reflections lived by their own rules. And sometimes, in that upstairs window, the figure looked remarkably like him. Story 4, the house was old, its walls covered in floral wallpaper that peeled at the edges. The couple wanted to renovate, stripping it down to paint fresh colors, but as they removed the first layer, their excitement faded. Beneath the paper, scrawled in frantic, overlapping handwriting, was a message that stretched across the entire wall: "Don't let him in." Detective Morgan Reed stood motionless in the center of the living room, her eyes tracing the desperate scrawls that had been hidden for years behind layers of outdated decor. The afternoon sun filtered through dusty windows, casting long shadows across the wooden floorboards that creaked under even the slightest weight. The house breathed around her an old Victorian in the quietest part of Maple Creek. A town where neighbors still knew each other's names, and crime was something that happened elsewhere. "We thought it was a joke at first," Sarah Bennett said, her voice barely above a whisper. She stood beside her husband, both wearing paint-splattered clothes and expressions of unease. "But then we found more in the bedroom." Reed nodded, maintaining her composed exterior while her mind catalogued every detail. The handwriting appeared to belong to a single person, hurried, uneven, pressed hard enough in places to have scored the plaster beneath. A person in fear, perhaps, or in warning. "How long have you owned the house?" Reed asked, her notebook open but still blank. Some scenes needed to be absorbed before they could be documented. 3 months, Mark Bennett replied, his fingers tapped nervously against his thigh. The previous owner was an elderly woman who moved to a care facility. Margaret Holloway. We never met her. The detective moved closer to the wall, careful to avoid disturbing anything. The faint scent of old paper and dust mingled with the sharp odor of the adhesive the Bennetts had used to remove the wallpaper. Under it all lay something else, the barely perceptible mustiness of age and secrets. "Did you notice anything else unusual about the house?" Reed's voice remained steady, unhurried. The couple exchanged glances. "The locked room upstairs," Sarah finally said. "We assumed it was storage. The real estate agent said she didn't have the key, that it must have been lost years ago." Detective Reed made her first note. A locked room in an old house was rarely insignificant. The county records office was housed in a building nearly as old as the Bennett home. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, bathing the room in a clinical glow that seemed to flatten everything it touched. Archivist Ellie Patel moved with practiced efficiency through the narrow aisles, her soft-soled shoes making no sound on the worn linoleum floor. Margaret Holloway, she mused, pulling a file drawer open with a metallic sigh. Yes, she owned that house for nearly 40 years, lived there alone after her husband passed in '83. Reed leaned against the counter, the coolness of the surface seeping through her light jacket, anything unusual associated with the property. Ellie's fingers danced through the files with the dexterity of someone who'd spent a lifetime among paper. Nothing in the official records, but she paused, her head tilting slightly. There was something back when I first started here, a missing persons case, not directly connected to the Holloway house, but close by. The archivist disappeared into the back room, returning minutes later with a thin file folder, yellowed with age. Daniel Mercer, 1979, disappeared while walking home one night, never found. She opened the folder with reverence, revealing a black and white photograph of a young man with kind eyes and a tentative smile. He lived 3 doors down from the Holloway place. Reed studied the photograph, noting the date just 4 years before Margaret's husband had passed away. Any suspects? None officially named, Ellie replied, turning a page. But there were rumors about Thomas Holloway, Margaret's husband. He was, she hesitated, choosing her words carefully, not well liked in the community, had a temper. Some folks thought he might have had something to do with it, but nothing was ever proven. The detective's fingers traced the edge of the brittle paper, feeling the weight of time and unresolved questions. I'd like copies of everything you have on both the Holloways and Daniel Mercer. The locksmith worked in silence, his wrinkled hands moving with surprising grace around the ancient mechanism. The attic door had refused to yield to conventional methods, its wood swollen with decades of trapped moisture and secrets. Never seen a lock quite like this, he murmured, more to himself than to Reed or the Bennetts, who stood at a respectful distance down the hallway. It's been modified. Someone didn't want this door opening without considerable effort. When the mechanism finally surrendered with a reluctant click, the locksmith stepped back, allowing Detective Reed to approach. The door swung inward on protesting hinges, revealing a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the light from the hallway. The beam of Reed's flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating dancing dust motes and cobwebs that hung like forgotten memories. The attic was largely empty, save for a single wooden chair positioned in the center of the room, facing the far wall. Reed approached slowly, her light revealing what the chair's occupant would have stared at for hours. Another message, this one meticulously painted in neat block letters. He comes 18 night, he takes what isn't his. Below the message, barely visible until Reed directed her light downward, was a section of floorboard that appeared slightly different from the rest, newer, perhaps, or at least less worn by the passage of time and footsteps. The county coroner, Dr. Liam Chen, supervised as 2 officers carefully removed the floorboards. The process was methodical, unhurried, with each board numbered and photographed before being set aside. The Bennetts had been asked to stay with friends, the house now transformed into an active crime scene. Male, Dr. Chen confirmed, kneeling beside the small space they had uncovered. Based on the deterioration and the clothing remnants, I'd say these remains have been here for at least 40 years. Reed stood nearby, her face a careful mask of professional detachment. Daniel Mercer. It's consistent with his height and age, Chen replied. We'll know more after proper analysis. In the quiet that followed, Reed noticed something clutched in the skeletal fingers, a small object that had accompanied the victim into his improvised grave. Carefully, wearing gloves, she extracted what appeared to be a pocket watch. When opened, the faded photograph inside showed a young Daniel Mercer with his arm around a woman Reed immediately recognized from county records, a much younger Margaret Holloway. Margaret Holloway sat in the care facility's garden, her vacant eyes fixed on something beyond the horizon that only she could see. Her hands, spotted with age, rested motionless in her lap. "She rarely speaks," the nurse explained softly. "Dementia took most of her memories years ago." Reed sat beside the elderly woman, observing the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. "Mrs. Holloway," she began, not expecting a response, "we found something in your house, something you hid." For several moments there was nothing. Then, without turning, Margaret spoke in a voice like dry leaves rustling. "He was jealous, so jealous. Danny just wanted to help me leave." Reed remained silent, allowing the fragile thread of memory to unreel at its own pace. "Thomas found out, he always found out." Margaret's fingers twitched slightly, grasping at phantoms. "I couldn't stop him, I couldn't save Danny." Her voice dropped to a whisper, "But I could make sure Thomas never left either." A chill breeze swept through the garden, causing wind chimes to sing a melancholic melody nearby. "The night he died a heart attack, they said I locked him in, just like he locked Danny away, behind the walls where no one would look." Margaret turned to Reed, sudden clarity in her rheumy eyes. "Did you find Thomas too, behind the kitchen wall, where the plaster never dried properly?" 3 days later, the Bennett house stood empty once more, crime scene tape fluttering in the autumn breeze. County records would soon reflect the discovery of 2 bodies, Daniel Mercer, identified through dental records, and Thomas Holloway, found exactly where Margaret had indicated. Detective Reed sat in her car across the street, watching as the setting sun painted the old house in shades of amber and gold. In her pocket, she carried the key to the attic room evidence, technically, but also something more. A reminder that some secrets refuse to remain buried, that the past writes itself into the very walls that witness it. The houses we inhabit hold more than furniture and family photographs. They absorb our whispers, our tears, our desperate scrawls that plead for someone someday to see what we could not show in life, to hear what we could not say aloud. "Don't let him in, he comes at night, he takes what isn't his." Messages that waited decades to be heard, finally speaking their truth in the fading light of an autumn afternoon. Story 5, she lived alone. No roommates, no guests, no reason to check the closets before going to bed. But when she opened the hallway closet to grab a coat, her heart stopped. A chair was positioned neatly inside, facing the door. The air smelled of sweat and something metallic, and in the thin layer of dust on the floor, there was a single footprint, one that wasn't hers. Detective James Morgan stood motionless in the narrow hallway of apartment 412, his weathered notebook hanging open at his side. The overhead light cast soft shadows across the walls, creating pockets of darkness in the corners. The woman Eliza Conroy, 34, graphic designer, sat on her couch, a blanket pulled tightly around her shoulders despite the warmth of the September evening. "And you're certain no one else has a key?" Morgan asked, his voice low and measured, barely disturbing the unsettling quiet that had settled over the apartment. "Just the building manager," Eliza whispered, her eyes continually drifting back to the open closet door. "And my mother, but she lives in Oregon." Morgan nodded, making a small note with his pen. The soft scratch of ink on paper seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. Outside, the distant sound of traffic formed a continuous hum, like white noise washing against the windows of the sixth-floor apartment. The chair was simple wooden, unvarnished, the kind you might find at a yard sale or thrift store. Nothing remarkable except for its placement. It sat centered in the small closet, facing outward, legs pressed against the back wall, as if someone had been sitting there, waiting, watching through the sliver of space where the door hadn't quite closed. "How long has it been since you opened this closet?" Morgan's partner, Detective Reeves, asked. She was examining the door frame, running her gloved finger along the edge where a faint, dark smudge was visible. 3, maybe 4 days. It's not cold enough for coats yet." Eliza's voice trembled slightly. "I only opened it because I was looking for an umbrella." Morgan knelt down, careful not to disturb the lone footprint, a partial impression, size 11 men's shoe by his estimation. The dust in the closet was undisturbed except for this single mark, as if someone had materialized there rather than walked in. The building's security footage revealed nothing unusual. No strangers entering, no unauthorized access to the 6th floor. The manager confirmed that maintenance had not been in the apartment for weeks. The locks showed no signs of tampering. Yet there was the chair, and the footprint, and the lingering smell that reminded Morgan of copper pennies held too long in a warm palm. In the following days, Morgan found himself returning to Eliza's building at odd hours, watching, waiting. Something about the case nestled in his mind like a splinter, small but impossible to ignore. Eliza had gone to stay with a friend, the apartment now empty save for the yellow evidence markers and fingerprint dust that coated surfaces like a fine snow. Morgan stood in the hallway on the 3rd night, staring at the elevator doors when the security guard approached. "You looking at those cameras again?" the guard asked, his keys jingling softly at his hip. Morgan nodded. Something's not adding up. "If you're wondering about blind spots, there's the service stairs," the guard offered. "Camera's been out for about a month. Management keeps saying they'll fix it." The service stairwell was narrow and dimly lit, emergency lights casting a sickly glow on concrete steps. Morgan descended slowly, his footsteps echoing. At the 4th floor landing, he paused. A small wooden wedge was tucked almost invisibly into the corner of the fire door, preventing it from closing completely. 3 more similar wedges were discovered, creating an unmonitored path from the basement parking garage all the way to the 6th floor. And in the basement, tucked behind the electrical room, Morgan found a small alcove. Inside was a sleeping bag neatly folded, a battery-powered lamp, a stack of takeout containers, and a Polaroid photograph of Eliza, clearly taken through her kitchen window from the fire escape. The fingerprints matched those found on the chair in the closet. They belonged to Robert Mercer, a maintenance worker who had been fired from the building 2 months earlier. His employment records showed he had kept his uniform and keys despite management's claim they had been returned. When they found Mercer 3 days later, he was living in his car, parked 2 blocks from Eliza's building. In his possession were 19 Polaroid photographs of different women, all taken through windows or from closets, all residents of buildings where he had once worked. "I just liked watching them," he told Morgan during the interview, his voice flat, eyes unblinking. "I never hurt anyone. I just wanted to be close to them while they slept." The case was closed, the charges filed. Eliza changed apartments, moving to a high-rise with better security and no closets in the hallway. Morgan filed his report, evidence was catalogued, and justice was served in its methodical way. But sometimes, on quiet nights when sleep evades him, Morgan wonders about those other women in the Polaroids. The ones who never knew they were being watched. The ones who might still open their closets without hesitation, never noticing the faint impressions in the dust where someone once sat, quietly breathing in the dark, watching through the crack in the door. And he wonders how many closets remain unchecked tonight while people sleep, unaware of what might be hiding just a few feet away, waiting with infinite patience for the perfect moment to emerge. Story 6. The afternoon light filtered through the maple trees, casting long shadows across the freshly painted colonial on Evergreen Lane. Detective Morgan Hayes stood on the manicured lawn, notebook in hand, watching as forensic technicians moved methodically in and out of the front door. The breeze carried the scent of cut grass and something else, the sterile smell of fresh drywall and paint that hadn't quite had time to settle into the bones of the house. 3 weeks ago, the Kellers had purchased their dream home, a steal the realtor had called it, 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, in a neighborhood where houses rarely came on the market. The previous owner had relocated suddenly for work, left everything behind, and practically gave the house away. At least, that was the story. The detective's leather shoes crunched softly on the gravel driveway as he approached the home. Inside, the foyer opened to a spacious living room where Mrs. Keller sat on a couch still wrapped in plastic, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched a glass of water. Her husband stood by the fireplace, his face ashen, eyes fixed on the hallway that led to the back of the house. "Show me again," Morgan said quietly, his voice low and measured. The kind of voice that put witnesses at ease, that suggested he had all the time in the world. Mr. Keller nodded, leading the detective down the hallway, past framed photos not yet hung and boxes not yet unpacked. The air grew cooler as they moved deeper into the house, away from the windows that faced the street. "We were measuring for bookshelves," Mr. Keller explained, his words coming out in a controlled stream. "I've always wanted a library, and this wall seemed perfect." He gestured to the far wall of what was intended to be a home office. But when I knocked on it to check for studs, it sounded different, hollow in some places, solid in others. It didn't make sense with the floor plan. Morgan ran his hand along the wall, feeling the texture of the new paint beneath his fingertips. The blueprints, spread out on a folding table nearby, showed 3 bedrooms upstairs and this office downstairs. Everything was accounted for. Everything made sense on paper. "I got curious," Mr. Keller continued, his voice dropping to nearly a whisper. "I measured the exterior walls and compared them to the interior dimensions. There was a discrepancy, almost 8 feet missing." The detective nodded, making a note. 8 feet, large enough for a small room, large enough to hide something or someone. So I started pulling at the drywall, just a small section at first. Mr. Keller pointed to a corner where fresh drywall compound was visible, a hasty repair. That's when I found the edge of a door. It had been completely covered over, painted to match the wall. You wouldn't know it was there unless you were looking for it. In the center of the wall now was a crude opening, the drywall broken away to reveal a door behind it. A simple wooden door with a deadbolt, locked from the inside. "We called a locksmith," Mrs. Keller said, having followed them down the hallway. "We thought maybe it was some kind of storage space the previous owners had sealed up. The locksmith had to drill through the mechanism when the door finally opened." Her voice trailed off, and her husband placed a protective arm around her shoulders. Morgan stepped forward, ducking slightly to enter the hidden room. It was small, perhaps 8 by 6 feet, with no windows and no other doors. The air inside was stale, undisturbed for what might have been months. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, activated by a pull string. The detective tugged it gently, illuminating the space in harsh, yellow light. A twin mattress lay on the floor in one corner, the sheets rumpled as if someone had recently risen from them. Beside it sat an empty plastic water bottle, its label worn away from handling. A small shelf had been built into one wall, holding a few paperback books with creased spines. And taped to the wall opposite the door was a single photograph. Morgan moved closer, studying the image without touching it. It showed the house from the street, captured on what appeared to be a sunny day very similar to this one. The angle suggested it had been taken from the shelter of trees across the road, giving a clear view of the front façade. And there, in the large bay window, was a shadowy figure looking out, watching the photographer. The detective felt a chill run up his spine despite the warmth of the day. He'd seen many crime scenes in his 15 years on the force, but there was something particularly unsettling about this tiny room. It wasn't what was present that disturbed him, it was what was missing. No personal effects beyond the books, no clothing, no signs of struggle or violence, just a space where someone had existed, hidden away from the world. The previous owner, Morgan said, turning to the Kellers, who hovered nervously at the door. You said he left suddenly. Mr. Keller nodded. That's what the realtor told us. Said he got a job offer overseas. Never even met him during the closing. Everything was handled through his attorney. The detective made another note, his pen scratching softly against the paper. And the house inspection. The inspector never flagged anything unusual about the dimensions, Mrs. Keller replied. It's an old house built in the 1960s. It has quirks, the realtor said. We just assumed. Morgan nodded, understanding. Old houses had secrets, spaces that didn't quite make sense. But this was different. This was deliberate. Back at the station later that evening, the detective sat at his desk, the glow of his computer screen illuminating his tired face. Property records showed the previous owner, Gabriel Mercer, had purchased the house 5 years ago. A background check revealed Little a quiet man with a job in IT, no criminal record, no close family in the area. Neighbors described him as polite but private. He kept to himself, they said. Always seemed to be watching from that big front window. What troubled Morgan most was how methodically the room had been concealed. The construction wasn't amateur work. Whoever had built that false wall knew what they were doing. They meant for it to remain hidden. 3 days later, as autumn leaves began to fall on Evergreen Lane, the forensics report landed on Morgan's desk. The fingerprints from the hidden room matched Gabriel Mercer's as expected, but there were others unidentified prints that didn't match any in the system. The mattress contained DNA from at least 2 different individuals, and the photograph, when analyzed under special lighting, revealed a date stamp on its reverse, May 17th of the previous year. 3 months before Mercer supposedly left the country. As Detective Hayes drove back to the Keller home with a search warrant for the entire property, including the grounds, he couldn't shake the image of that shadowy figure in the window. Was it Mercer watching someone, or was someone watching Mercer? The maple trees swayed gently in the breeze as Morgan parked in front of the house. The mystery of the room that wasn't on the map was just beginning to unravel. And somewhere, perhaps closer than anyone realized, were answers that someone had gone to great lengths to conceal. In the front window of the Colonial, the curtains moved slightly, though no one appeared to be home. Story 7, the antique store nestled on Maple Street, had always maintained a peculiar quality. Not quite eerie, but certainly not ordinary. It existed in that liminal space between charming and unsettling wooden floorboards that creaked just enough to announce your presence, vintage mirrors that reflected shadows a fraction of a second too late, and glass display cases filled with items whose histories were tactfully obscured. Amelia Foster had never considered herself superstitious. At 34, she approached life with the pragmatism of someone who had seen enough to know better than to fear the unknown. As a forensic accountant, she lived in a world of concrete numbers and verifiable facts. There was always an explanation, always a paper trail. "I've had this piece for nearly 3 weeks now," the shopkeeper, Mr. Winters, said as he carefully lifted the porcelain doll from its perch on a dusty shelf. His voice carried the soft, measured cadence of someone who understood the value of patience. Handmade German craftsmanship, circa 1920s, nothing special beyond that. The doll was approximately 18 inches tall with a delicate porcelain face. Its complexion was the color of cream with the faintest hint of rose at the cheeks. Dark lashes framed glass eyes of a striking blue, not the vacant stare typical of antique dolls, but something more, alert. Its head tilted slightly to the left, as though perpetually curious about something just beyond view. "Does it have a name?" Amelia asked, surprised by her own question. Mr. Winters smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Not that I'm aware of. Previous owner simply called it the doll. Rather unimaginative, if you ask me." The weight of the doll felt substantial in Amelia's hands as she examined it. The porcelain was cool against her skin, despite the warmth of the shop. The dress it wore, faded blue velvet with intricate lace trim, showed signs of age, but had been meticulously maintained. "I'll take it," she said, already mentally selecting the shelf in her study where it would live. The rain began as Amelia drove home, soft at first, then steadily increasing to a gentle rhythm against the roof of her car. The cardboard box containing the doll sat securely on the passenger seat, occasionally shifting with the movement of the vehicle. Once, at a stoplight, Amelia could have sworn she heard a faint rustling from within, like fabric being adjusted, like someone getting comfortable. Just the rain, she told herself, just the box settling. The Victorian house Amelia had purchased 2 years ago stood solitary against the darkening sky. 3 stories of history and craftsmanship, it had been a perfect match for her appreciation of things with stories to tell. She placed the doll on the shelf in her study, positioned between leather-bound first editions and a small brass clock that had once belonged to her grandfather. That night, Amelia worked late, reviewing financial documents for a case involving suspected embezzlement. The house creaked and settled around her, familiar sounds that normally provided comfort rather than concern. At 11:42 p.m., she heard it for the first time. A soft, rhythmic sound, almost imperceptible. She looked up from her computer, listening intently. It was different from the usual noises of the old house. This was steady, consistent, like fabric shifting, like breathing. Amelia's eyes traveled to the shelf where the doll sat, its head still tilted slightly to the left, its glass eyes reflecting the warm light of her desk lamp. Nothing unusual, nothing out of place. "You're overworked," she murmured to herself, rubbing her eyes. "Time for bed." Sleep came easily that night, wrapping around her like a familiar blanket. She dreamed of numbers floating in darkness, of balance sheets that refused to balance, of ledgers that kept adding new lines when she wasn't looking. The morning light filtered through cream-colored curtains, casting gentle patterns across Amelia's bedroom floor. She followed her usual routine shower, coffee, toast with a thin layer of blackberry jam. The events of the previous night had already faded to the background of her consciousness. Until she entered her study. The doll sat on the shelf exactly where she had placed it. Same position, same spot, except for one detail. Its head, once tilted slightly to the left, was now perfectly straight, its glass eyes staring directly ahead, right at her desk, right at where she had been sitting. A chill ran through Amelia despite the warmth of the morning sun. She approached the shelf slowly, examining the doll from different angles. Had she misremembered its original position? Had the house settled during the night, causing the shelf to shift ever so slightly? "Get it together, Foster," she whispered, turning away. "It's just a doll." That evening, Detective Marcus Reed called. They had worked together on several cases over the years, developing a professional relationship built on mutual respect and occasional dinners that teetered on the edge of becoming something more. "We found something interesting in the Westbrook case," he said, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone who had learned to deliver news without emotion. "The accountant who went missing 3 months ago, her credit card was just used at a gas station in Millfield, 40 miles from her last known location." Amelia felt her pulse quicken. That's not possible. Her accounts were frozen after the disappearance. "Exactly," Reed replied. "I'm heading out there now. Thought you might want to come along, given your familiarity with the case." The drive to Millfield took 57 minutes. Reed filled the silence with details of the investigation, how Catherine Westbrook, a 29-year-old accountant at Sterling Financial, had vanished without a trace after leaving work on a Tuesday evening in March. No signs of struggle, no suspicious activity on her accounts, no history of mental health issues or relationship problems, just gone. The gas station was a small, family-owned establishment with flickering fluorescent lights and a coffee machine that hadn't been cleaned since the previous century. The owner, a man in his 60s with calloused hands and a permanent squint, remembered the woman clearly. "Came in around 6:30 this morning," he said, leading them to a small office where a surprisingly modern security system displayed footage from multiple cameras. "Paid for gas and bought a bottle of water and some aspirin. Seemed normal enough, maybe a bit tired." The video showed a woman with shoulder-length brown hair wearing a gray sweater and jeans. Her movements were fluid but cautious, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings. She paid with a credit card, signed the receipt, and left without speaking more than necessary. "That's not Catherine Westbrook," Amelia said, leaning closer to the screen. "The height and build are similar, but that's not her." Reed nodded slowly. "Identity theft. Someone has her cards and ID." They obtained a copy of the security footage and the signed receipt, which showed a signature that bore little resemblance to Westbrook's. As they headed back to the car, Amelia's phone chimed with a text message from her home security system. "Motion detected in study at 8:47 p.m. She frowned. Her house should be empty. "Everything okay?" Reed asked, noticing her expression. "Probably just a system glitch," she replied, silencing the phone. "Let's focus on the case." By the time Amelia returned home, it was past midnight. The house was silent, still, exactly as she had left it. She checked the security system logs, which showed the motion alert in her study, but nothing afterward. No doors or windows had been opened. She entered the study cautiously, turning on the lights and scanning the room. Everything appeared normal. The books were aligned on their shelves, her desk was organized in its usual methodical manner, and the doll. The doll was not on its shelf. Amelia felt her heartbeat accelerate as she searched the room. She found it sitting in her desk chair, facing the computer. Its porcelain hands rested on the keyboard, its head once again tilted slightly to the left. The screen displayed a single open document, a case file she had been reviewing the previous day about Catherine Westbrook. A scratching sound came from behind her. Amelia turned slowly to find Detective Reed examining the bottom of a small wooden box on one of her shelves. "Your door was unlocked," he said without looking up. "I knocked, but you didn't answer. Thought I should check if you were okay." Amelia stared at him, then back at the doll in her chair. Did you move this?" Reid finally looked up, his expression confused. "Move what?" The doll sat on the shelf exactly where she had placed it the day before. Its head tilted slightly to the left, its glass eyes staring at nothing in particular. Her desk chair was empty, the computer screen dark. "Nothing," Amelia said, pressing her fingers to her temples. "I'm just tired." Reed approached, concern evident in his features. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Let me make you some tea." As he moved toward the kitchen, Amelia remained in the study, her eyes fixed on the doll. For a brief moment, so brief she would later convince herself she had imagined it, she thought she saw the doll's chest rise and fall with the steady rhythm of breath. 2 days later, Catherine Westbrook's body was found in a shallow grave near Millfield. Forensic analysis indicated she had been dead for approximately 3 months since the time of her disappearance. The woman at the gas station remained unidentified. That same evening, Amelia came home to find a small package on her doorstep. Inside was a gray sweater, identical to the one worn by the woman in the security footage. Pinned to it was a note written in elegant, flowing script. She liked to watch them, too, before she made them stop breathing. When Detective Reed arrived 20 minutes later in response to Amelia's call, he found her sitting in the study, staring at the shelf where the antique doll should have been. In her hands was a small porcelain hand, broken at the wrist, the fingers positioned as though they had been typing. The doll was never found. The case of Catherine Westbrook was officially closed, though the identity of her killer remained unknown. And sometimes, late at night, Amelia Foster still wakes to the sound of soft, rhythmic breathing coming from the empty shelf in her study. Story 8. The apartment had been vacant for months before she moved in. The walls were clean, the floors freshly polished. But as she lay in bed her first night, something made her glance up. There on the ceiling directly above her was a single handprint, smudged, uneven, fingers too long. She tried scrubbing it off, but no matter how hard she cleaned, the stain wouldn't fade. The next morning she checked again. The handprint was still there, but now there were 2. Detective Sarah Morley stood motionless in the center of the bedroom, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. The apartment was now a crime scene, the silence broken only by the soft scratching of a pencil against paper as the forensic artist sketched the handprints. Outside, raindrops tapped gently against the windows, creating a rhythm that seemed to follow the detective's thoughts. Victim's name was Eliza Chen, 29, moved in 16 days ago. Detective Morley's partner, James Davis, spoke quietly, his voice barely disturbing the weighted air of the room. Landlord says the apartment was thoroughly cleaned before she took occupancy. Sarah nodded, her eyes never leaving the ceiling. The handprints, there were 5 now, formed in a regular pattern, each one slightly larger than a normal human hand, the fingers elongated in a way that seemed deliberately distorted. They were a deep rust color, almost like old blood, but the forensic team had already confirmed they weren't made with any biological material. "What about previous tenants?" she asked, finally looking away from the handprints that had drawn her attention for nearly 20 minutes. "That's where it gets interesting," James replied, flipping through his worn leather notebook. "Last tenant was a Professor Edward Merrick, taught forensic psychology at the university, disappeared 14 months ago. Case went cold." Sarah felt the small hairs on the back of her neck rise. The room seemed to contract around her, the air growing heavier. The sound of rain intensified, no longer a gentle tapping, but an insistent drumming against glass. "Show me his file," she said. Back at the precinct, the fluorescent lights hummed overhead as Sarah spread the Merrick case file across her desk. The pages were crisp with age but unmarked by progress. Edward Merrick had simply vanished one Tuesday afternoon after teaching his classes. His car remained in the faculty parking lot. His phone was found on his desk. There were no signs of struggle, no unusual bank activity, no passport use. "He was researching something," James said, sliding a leather-bound journal across the desk. "This was found hidden in a compartment under his bathroom sink. Landlord discovered it during renovations." The journal's pages were filled with meticulous handwritten notes, diagrams of hands with elongated fingers, references to obscure historical cases, interviews with individuals who claimed to have experienced phenomena similar to what Eliza Chen reported, handprints appearing on ceilings, walls, floors, handprints that multiplied. "Listen to this," Sarah said, her finger tracing along a passage. "The handprints appear to manifest in locations where significant emotional energy has been expended. They are not paranormal in nature, but rather psychosomatic manifestations of guilt, fear, or trauma." A coffee cup clinked softly as James set it down beside her. The bitter aroma filled her nostrils, anchoring her to the present moment. "So Merrick thought these handprints were some kind of psychological phenomenon?" he asked. Sarah turned a page, then another. "No, not exactly. He believed they were real physical marks, but created through a process he called psychoimpression. He theorized that under specific circumstances, particularly intense emotional states could temporarily alter the chemical composition of a person's skin oils, creating marks that resist normal cleaning." "That sounds like pseudoscience," James said, skepticism evident in his voice. "Maybe," Sarah conceded, "but it doesn't explain why Merrick disappeared or why the handprints are appearing in his former apartment." The next day, they interviewed Eliza Chen at a quiet cafe 3 blocks from the apartment. Steam rose from her untouched tea, dissipating in the cool air between them. "I started having nightmares after the 3rd handprint appeared," she said, her fingers tracing circles on the wooden tabletop. "Always the same. I'm lying in bed and I feel something pressing down on the mattress beside me. When I look, there's nobody there, but I can see the depression in the sheets. Then I look up, and there's a new handprint forming on the ceiling." "Did you ever notice anything unusual about the apartment before the handprints?" Sarah asked. "Cold spots, strange noises, anything that felt off?" Eliza's eyes darted to the side, then back. The closet in the bedroom, it always felt, I don't know how to describe it, like someone was standing just on the other side of the door. I checked it dozens of times. It was always empty. That evening, Sarah returned to the apartment alone. The forensics team had finished their work, leaving behind only strips of yellow tape across the bedroom door. She ducked under them, turning on her flashlight rather than the overhead lights. The beam caught the handprints immediately, their rusty outlines seeming to absorb the light rather than reflect it. There were 7 now, forming what almost looked like a circle. Sarah moved to the closet, sliding the door open slowly. Empty hangers clinked softly against each other in the draft. The closet was small, barely large enough for a person to stand inside. Sarah aimed her flashlight at the ceiling, then the walls, then finally at the floor. In the far corner, almost invisible against the dark carpet, was a small metal ring. She tugged on it, and a section of the floor lifted away, revealing a narrow space beneath. Inside was a single item, a small digital voice recorder. Back in her car, Sarah pressed play. The recording began with static, then cleared to reveal Professor Merrick's voice, calm and analytical. Day 47 of the experiment. The psychoimpression phenomenon has proven more successful than anticipated. I've been able to create 14 distinct handprints across various surfaces. They persist for months, resistant to all cleaning agents. The psychological impact on observers is profound and consistent with historical accounts. A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of breathing. When Merrick spoke again, his voice had changed, becoming tighter, more urgent. Something unexpected has occurred. The handprints have begun to appear without my direct intervention. First on my bedroom ceiling, then the bathroom wall. I'm no longer in control of the experiment. I fear I've created a feedback loop of some kind. The psychoimpression seems to be responding to my anxiety about the handprints themselves, creating more manifestations, which in turn increases my anxiety. I need to break the cycle. Another pause, longer this time. I've decided to leave. Distance may sever the connection. If anyone finds this recording, know that I am not in danger. I am simply removing myself as a catalyst. The handprints should fade within 6 months of my departure. If they haven't, then my theory was wrong. The recording ended. Sarah sat in her car for a long time, rain streaming down the windshield, distorting the streetlights into elongated streaks. Finally, she started the engine and called James. I need you to look for properties purchased by Edward Merrick within a 500-mile radius, starting 14 months ago, she said without preamble. 3 days later, they pulled up to a small cabin in the mountains, 4 hours from the city. Smoke curled from the chimney, dissipating into the crisp autumn air. A man stood on the porch, watching their approach. He was thinner than his faculty photo, his beard now streaked with gray, but unmistakably Edward Merrick. I've been expecting someone, he said simply, though not for several more months. Inside, the cabin was sparse but comfortable. No handprints marked any surface. Merrick made tea, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Did it work? Sarah asked, leaving the apartment. Merrick nodded. The connection broke eventually, but I couldn't return to my old life. The experiment had changed too much. I had changed too much. And now the handprints are appearing for a new tenant, James said. Yes, Merrick replied, setting down his cup with a soft clink. Because she believes they will, that's what I discovered. The psychoimpression doesn't start with the creator, it starts with the observer. Eliza Chen saw a stain on her ceiling, interpreted it as a handprint, and her mind did the rest. Each time she looks for the handprints, expecting to find more, her expectation manifests. "So they're not real?" Sarah asked. "They're entirely real," Merrick said, "but they're created by perception, not by any external force. They exist because she believes they exist." "How do we stop them?" James asked. Merrick smiled sadly. "You convince her they were never there at all." 1 week later, Detective Sarah Morley stood in Eliza Chen's bedroom. The ceiling was blank, freshly painted. No trace remained of the handprints that had driven the young woman from her home. "The lab results came back," Sarah told her, the fabricated report crisp in her hands. "The marks were caused by an unusual mold that can sometimes resemble handprints. The previous tenant had a similar problem, which is why he left. The landlord should have disclosed it." Relief flooded Eliza's face, so there was nothing strange about them. "Nothing at all," Sarah assured her. "Just a fairly rare but completely natural phenomenon." That night, as Sarah lay in her own bed, she found herself staring at her ceiling, smooth and white in the darkness. For a moment, she thought she saw a smudge, a darkening that might have been a fingerprint. Then she blinked and it was gone. She turned onto her side, facing away from the ceiling, and deliberately did not look up again. In his mountain cabin, Edward Merrick made a final entry in his journal, then closed it for good. The handprints that had once covered his walls had faded months ago. He had broken free of the cycle he created, but sometimes in his dreams, he still felt the pressure of invisible fingers against his skin, trying to leave their mark. And in apartment 4B, Eliza Chen slept soundly for the first time in weeks, untroubled by nightmares or visions. The ceiling above her remained clean and unmarked because she no longer expected to see anything else. But in the empty apartment next door, a new tenant was moving in tomorrow. And there, on the ceiling of the bedroom, if anyone were to look closely enough, they might notice what appeared to be a single handprint, smudged, uneven, fingers too long. Story 9, it was left on the front porch with no label, no markings, just an old wooden crate, its edges reinforced with rusted metal. When the homeowner leaned in to inspect it, something thudded inside, something heavy, something moving. He stepped back, heart pounding, just as a muffled scream echoed from within. The police arrived within minutes, but when they pried it open, the box was empty. Detective Sarah Mercer stood on the porch of the Caldwell residence, the evening air thick with late summer humidity. The wooden planks beneath her feet creaked softly as she shifted her weight, the sound mingling with the distant chirp of crickets and the occasional passing car. She ran her fingers along the edge of the mysterious crate, feeling the splintered wood catch against her skin. The metal reinforcements were cool to the touch, their oxidized surface leaving rusty residue on her fingertips. "And you're certain you heard a scream?" she asked, her voice low and measured, matching the quiet of the suburban street as twilight settled around them. Thomas Caldwell nodded, his face pale under the amber glow of the porch light. It wasn't like anything I've ever heard before. Not quite human, but not quite not. His hands trembled slightly as he pushed them into his pockets. The detective made a note in her small leather-bound notebook, the soft scratching of pen against paper creating a rhythm that seemed to calm both of them. The first responding officers had already taken the box to evidence, leaving behind only a faint rectangular outline in the dust of the porch. Something about that negative space, that absence, troubled Sarah more than she cared to admit. The following morning, in the sterile light of the precinct's evidence room, Sarah examined the box more thoroughly. The wood appeared to be oak, weathered by time and elements, with no manufacturer's mark or serial number. The metal reinforcements were hand-forged, suggesting the box was at least several decades old. Her colleague, forensic specialist Cameron Lay, leaned against the examination table, the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead accompanying his methodical explanation. No fingerprints except for Mr. Caldwell's and the responding officers. No DNA evidence. No trace of, well, anything that might have screamed. Sarah's pen tapped slowly against her notepad, and yet we have a witness who heard something unmistakable. Cameron shrugged, his lab coat rustling with the movement. The human mind is suggestible. Old box, creaky hinges, wind in the right direction. But Sarah wasn't convinced. That evening she drove back to the Caldwell neighborhood, parking her car a block away and walking slowly along the sidewalk. The street lamps created pools of light at regular intervals, leaving spaces of darkness between them that seemed deeper than they should be. As she approached the Caldwell house, she noticed something she had missed earlier: a small security camera mounted on the eave of the house directly across the street. 3 days later, Sarah sat in a darkened conference room, the blue glow of a monitor casting shadows across her face as she watched the security footage for the fourth time. The timestamp showed 5:47 p.m. A postal service truck passed by. 3 minutes later, an unmarked van slowed near the Caldwell house just at the edge of the frame. Then at 5:53 p.m., something unexpected: a figure in dark clothing appeared briefly, carrying what appeared to be the wooden crate. The figure set it down on the porch and retreated quickly out of frame. At 6:02 p.m., Thomas Caldwell appeared, discovering the box. His reactions matched his statement perfectly: the cautious approach, the startled step backward. But what troubled Sarah was the 8-minute gap between the delivery and discovery. What had happened in those 8 minutes? The case took an unexpected turn the following week when reports came in of 3 similar boxes found in neighboring counties. Each one had been left on a front porch. Each one had reportedly emitted sounds before being opened. Each one had been empty when inspected. Sarah spread photographs across her desk, the soft yellow glow of her desk lamp illuminating the images of 4 identical boxes. The pattern was unmistakable now: a delivery, a sound, and nothing to be found. She reached for her coffee, now cold, and took a sip anyway, the bitter taste barely registering as her mind worked through the puzzle. A soft knock on her office door broke her concentration. It was Cameron, holding a small evidence bag. "Found something you should see," he said, placing the bag on her desk. Inside was a small mechanical device, no larger than a matchbox. "Where did this come from?" Sarah asked, leaning forward to examine it. "One of the other boxes. It was hidden in a false bottom that nobody noticed during the initial examination. It's a simple sound module with a timer, records, and plays back sounds." Sarah felt a chill run up her spine despite the warmth of the room, and the sound it was set to play. Cameron met her eyes, a scream. But here's the interesting part: before the scream, it recorded 30 seconds of ambient sound from wherever it was placed, like it was listening first. Over the next 3 days, Sarah re-examined all 4 boxes. Each contained an identical sound module, carefully concealed. Each had been programmed to record before playback. But the purpose remained elusive until the lab recovered partial fingerprints from inside one of the device's prints that matched a case from 15 years earlier. The name was Arthur Whitman, a former audio engineer who had disappeared after being suspected in a series of strange harassment cases involving recorded sounds, cases that had never been solved. The hunt for Whitman began in earnest, but as weeks passed with no new boxes appearing and no trace of the suspect, the case slowly faded from priority. The 4 families who had received the boxes installed new security systems, changed their routines, looked over their shoulders a little more often. And Sarah Mercer continued to wonder what message the boxes had been recording and who was listening on the other end. In her quiet apartment, with case files spread across her kitchen table and the soft patter of rain against the windows providing a soothing backdrop, she couldn't shake the feeling that the boxes weren't the end of something, but the beginning, a test, a rehearsal for something larger. 3 months later, when Sarah returned home to find a small wooden crate on her own front step, she didn't call for backup. She didn't approach it. She simply stood in the rain, watching from a distance, wondering what sounds it had already captured, what voices it had already stored. And somewhere she knew Arthur Whitman was listening. Story 10. The tale began with the arrival of new homeowners at a peculiar Victorian manor, where an ancient intercom system crackled mysteriously in the dead of night. Daniel and Meredith Parker, captivated by the house's history and charm, delved into the secrets it held. One fateful night, curiosity led Daniel to press the intercom button, unveiling a haunting whisper that sent shivers down his spine. His wife, equally unnerved, denied ever speaking those words. The manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, whispered of forgotten tales within its weathered walls. Detective Sarah Reeves, drawn to the property by a cryptic call, sensed an air of unease as she arrived. Daniel, pale and shaken, recounted the unsettling events that had unfolded since their move. The discovery of a hidden journal behind a wall shed light on a decades-old mystery involving the previous owners, Vincent and Alina Blackwood. Alina's writings hinted at a dark truth, leading to a chilling revelation buried beneath the garden shed. Forensic findings exposed a tragic fate for Alina, confirming suspicions of foul play. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and confined, confessed to the heinous crime that had long been concealed. His cold admission of silencing Alina's constant presence through a twisted web of deception sent shivers through those present. The trial swiftly concluded with Vincent's guilty plea, unveiling a tale of manipulation and betrayal that spanned years. Daniel and Meredith, haunted by the house's past, bid farewell and held a solemn memorial for Alina, finally at peace in the restored garden. The intercom, a conduit for long-buried echoes, was removed by the new owners, its whispers fading into the echoes of memory. Detective Reeves, closing the chapter on the Blackwood case, reflected on the eerie connection between the house and its tragic past. The legacy of the house that answered back lingered in the whispers carried by the wind, a reminder of voices silenced but never forgotten. And as she passed by the manor on her way home, a faint echo of the past lingered in the air, a ghostly presence reaching out from beyond the veil of time. Story 11. In the depths of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a mere glitch in the digital realm. The mother, nestled in the quiet of her own room, paid it no mind, attributing it to mere interference. But then a crackling static pierced the stillness, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered through the device, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, freezing her in place as her heart quickened its pace. Ignoring the warning bells in her mind, she rushed to her son's room, each step echoing like a drumbeat in the silence. But upon reaching the nursery, her worst fears manifested. The crib stood empty, devoid of the warm presence of her precious child. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the room was a stuffed rabbit, its once innocent gaze now hauntingly fixed upon her, its glassy eyes mirroring her growing dread. Rebecca's scream tore through the night, a raw, primal sound that pierced the veil of darkness and reached the ears of concerned neighbors. The wail of a mother's anguish summoned the forces of emergency, lights flashing, sirens wailing in the night. When the authorities arrived, they found her, a shattered figure on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit to her chest, swaying back and forth in a dance of despair. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that threatened to consume her whole. The investigation that followed unraveled a tapestry of enigmas and shadows. No signs of forced entry marred the sanctity of their home, the security system standing as a silent sentinel through the night. The baby monitor footage, the bearer of whispered secrets, revealed nothing but that haunting voice and the veil of static that shrouded the truth. How could someone infiltrate their sanctuary, pluck the child from his slumber, and vanish into the night without a trace, leaving only a stuffed toy in their wake? Initially, suspicion cast its shadow upon Rebecca, her fragile state of mind under scrutiny. Her husband Daniel, absent on business, his absence a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. Their strained marriage, the whispers of postpartum struggles, painted a portrait of darkness upon their shattered lives. The community's gaze turned inward, suspicions whispered in shadows, judgments cast on fragile hearts. And then a glimmer of hope in the darkness, microscopic fibers, silent witnesses on the nursery windowsill, whispering secrets of a clandestine entry from the outside world. A rare climbing rope, a phantom thread linking the intruder to the shadows that danced beyond the window's glass. The focus shifted, shadows deepening as the hunt for truth intensified. Daniel's return heralded a new chapter in the dark tale. His hands bore the scars of a secret life, calluses whispering of a hobby unspoken, a pastime hidden in the folds of his silence. Financial webs untangled, revealing a sinister truth, a life insurance policy, a second family hidden in the shadows of his deceit. The unknown number, the whispers of betrayal that danced between the lines of communication, a web of lies spun around a fragile heart. As the pieces fell into place, the truth emerged from the shadows. The baby monitor, the silent witness to a mother's nightmare, had been hacked, its secret stolen by unseen hands. A woman, Elaine, emerged from the depths of secrecy, cradling Samuel in her arms, a ghost from the past seeking solace in stolen moments. The past intertwined with the present, a web of deceit and betrayal spun by hands that once held love. The truth, a bitter pill to swallow, unfolded in the hallowed halls of justice. The whispers of the baby monitor echoed through the courtroom, revealing a truth darker than any could have imagined. Daniel's cough, a damning echo from the past, placed him at the scene of the crime, his lies unraveling in the face of undeniable proof. The jury's swift judgment sealed their fate, condemning them to the darkness they had created. Rebecca, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair, gathered her shattered pieces and fled the shadows that haunted her past. Samuel, a beacon of light in a world tainted by darkness, grew oblivious to the truths that had shaped his infancy. The stuffed rabbit, a silent sentinel of the night, found its resting place in a box, its glassy eyes forever closed to the horrors it had witnessed. And so, in the quiet of a new dawn, the baby monitor stood silent, its whispers forever stilled. A testament to the fragility of trust, the depths of betrayal, and the resilience of a mother's love, it bore witness to a truth that transcended the darkness, a truth that could never be silenced, even in the hushed stillness of the night. Story 12. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested, but Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked the scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 13. The ancient library faced its end, marked for destruction. Workers toiled diligently, nearing completion, when a chance stumble revealed a concealed latch in a forgotten bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire shelf swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway leading to a secret chamber. The air within was heavy, untouched by human hands for decades. No furniture adorned the room, save for a solitary chair at its center, firmly bolted to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly radioed the police, shifting a routine demolition into a realm of mystery and darkness. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 2 decades of policing, entered the hidden room, his flashlight piercing the shadows, revealing the chilling message that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The library's history whispered intriguing tales. Once owned by the Harrington family, revered members of the community, the building had been gifted to the public following the sudden disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches, the case grew cold, with theories suggesting she had fled to start anew, a notion her family vehemently rejected. As forensic experts meticulously combed the hidden chamber, they uncovered hair and fiber samples entwined in the chair. The scratches on the wall held traces of blood and skin cells beneath layers of dust, indicating a young female presence. "This chair was crafted for restraint," the analyst remarked, pointing to weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The struggle here was intense. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, unsettled by the timing of the library donation post Rebecca's vanishing. Further probing unveiled a disquieting detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records revealed exorbitant payments to this contractor, surpassing ordinary renovation costs. Interviews with former library staff unveiled shock at the discovery, yet one elderly librarian remembered Maxwell spending solitary hours in that section, insisting it remain untouched during renovations, citing its historical significance. The investigation escalated as DNA evidence from the hidden room aligned with Rebecca's hairbrush samples. The chilling truth materialized: Rebecca had not fled. She had been imprisoned, potentially by her own kin. A search warrant led detectives to Maxwell's estate, where a hidden journal confessed his obsession with his niece and the chilling resolve to silence her. Confronted with the evidence, Maxwell's faade crumbled. "She threatened everything," he confessed, devoid of emotion. "I couldn't let her shatter the family name." He admitted to luring Rebecca to the library, confining her, and ultimately taking her life in a grim struggle. Beneath the hidden room's floor, human remains lay buried. Excavation unearthed Rebecca's skeletal form, adorned with the silver bracelet from her parents, a poignant symbol of her lost youth. The Harringtons watched in somber silence as Maxwell faced justice for his monstrous deeds. The library's demolition halted, transforming into a site of remembrance. Community members laid flowers at its entrance, honoring a life unjustly extinguished. Rebecca's message, etched in desperation, "I am still here," ensured her memory endured, justice prevailing in the end, shedding light on the darkness that had hidden behind the bookshelf for too long. Story 14. Renovations always bring forth the unexpected. Beneath the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon a folded letter hidden away for years. The fragile paper revealed a cryptic message, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Their hearts skipped a beat as 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, with her partner, delved into the mystery. The note, aged and faded, hinted at a dark past lurking within the walls of the old house. Sarah and Michael, innocent in the eyes of background checks, found themselves entangled in a web of secrets dating back 2 decades. The history of the house unraveled like a thread pulled from a tapestry. Once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the dwelling held onto untold stories of fear and deception. Margaret Hargrove, the last resident, lived a quiet life until her mysterious passing. As Detective Reed pieced together fragments of the past, a chilling narrative emerged. Forensic analysis pointed to a tale of debt, betrayal, and a buried truth. Franklin Hargrove, Margaret's late husband, had fallen prey to the clutches of Victor Mercer, a menacing figure from the shadows. Mercer, a lone shark with ties to illegal gambling, met his demise at the hands of Franklin, the repercussions of unpaid debts echoing through the years. Margaret, bound by loyalty and fear, helped conceal the dark deed beneath the house, her diary bearing witness to the haunting aftermath. The relentless knocks, a ghostly reminder of secrets buried deep, plagued her until her final days. The investigation unearthed Victor Mercer's remains, hidden beneath the foundation, a grim testament to a long-forgotten crime. Justice, though delayed, finally prevailed as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, parted ways with the property, leaving it abandoned to the whispers of the wind. Local tales speak of ghostly knocks in the night, a chilling echo of the past that refuses to fade. Detective Reed closed the case, but the enigma lingered like a shadow in the dark. Some mysteries, she mused, defy resolution, their truth buried beneath layers of time and deceit. The letter, now a relic in evidence storage, bore a stark warning: don't trust the one who knocked. As the old house stood silent and empty, its secrets buried within its walls, the mystery continued to beckon, a haunting reminder that some stories never truly find their end. Story 15, the attic held a secret that Rebecca never wanted to uncover, but fate had other plans. A storm's wrath had led to a leak in the roof, forcing her to face the forgotten treasures hidden in the attic's shadows. Dust danced in the dim light, and cobwebs clung to the abandoned belongings. Amidst the chaos, a peculiar dollhouse stood silently in a corner, its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet, as Rebecca peered closer, a wave of unease washed over her. The figures inside were not mere dolls, but intricate replicas of her family, carved with eerie precision. Each tiny figure mirrored her family members down to the smallest detail, frozen in time within the dollhouse's walls. However, one figure stood out. The figure meant to be her was not seated as the rest were, but stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Tracing her finger along the dollhouse's roof, Rebecca felt the lingering presence of the wooden figure that mirrored her. A chill crept through her, unrelated to the draft whispering through the attic's rafters. This dollhouse didn't belong here. It wasn't from her childhood home, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to reach out to law enforcement, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Detective Sarah Harmon took charge of the investigation, initially dismissing the family's fears as mere paranoia. However, the intricate details captured in the dollhouse figures soon caught her attention. Each carving held a unique resemblance to a family member, down to the smallest features. The discovery of fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to an unknown individual hinted at a sinister presence lurking within the shadows of the house. Forensic analysis revealed a disturbing truth. The miniature cameras embedded in the figure's eyes were linked to a hidden recording system beneath the dollhouse. The captured footage unveiled a pattern of meticulous observation, with the miniature figures mirroring the family's movements in precise detail. It was clear that the intruder had been watching them, studying their habits with a disturbing level of intensity. As the investigation deepened, a hidden entrance in the basement unveiled a makeshift living space, indicating that someone had been residing beneath the family's feet for an extended period. The absence of forced entry puzzled the investigators, leading them down a twisted path of secrets buried within the house's history. Digital forensics eventually traced the surveillance data to a small apartment across town, belonging to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Walls adorned with photographs of various families, including the Morgans, and detailed journals chronicling their daily lives painted a haunting picture of obsession. Martin's twisted motivation stemmed from a need to maintain control over the property he had lost, turning the inhabitants into unwitting pawns in his elaborate game. During his interrogation, Martin remained eerily composed, revealing his distorted perception of ownership and surveillance. His possessive delusion had driven him to invade the lives of others, manipulating their existence within his miniature world. The revelation struck a chord of terror within Rebecca as she realized the depth of violation her family had endured. Martin Wells faced multiple charges for his crimes, exposing a dark underbelly of obsession and intrusion. The ordeal prompted a reassessment of real estate laws and safety protocols, highlighting the vulnerability of homeowners to hidden threats lingering within their midst. As the case unfolded, it became clear that Martin's reign of surveillance had extended far beyond the Morgans, raising chilling questions about the extent of his hidden activities. Rebecca and her family sought solace in a new home, haunted by the lingering fear of being watched. The shadow of the dollhouse loomed large in their memories, a stark reminder of the intruder who had turned their lives into a twisted spectacle. Though justice was served, the echoes of Martin's voyeuristic obsession lingered, casting a long shadow over the Morgan family's sense of security. The tale of the dollhouse served as a cautionary reminder of the darkness that can lurk within the most unsuspecting corners, a reminder to be vigilant against the unseen eyes that may be watching, waiting to turn lives into mere playthings in a macabre game of control. Story 16. As the new tenants settled into their Victorian-era home, they uncovered a mystery hidden within the peeling wallpaper. What started as a simple renovation project soon transformed into a chilling discovery that would haunt their dreams. Michael and Sarah Klein had been captivated by the charm of the old residence, with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings whispering tales of days gone by. Little did they know that beneath the surface lay a story begging to be told. It began innocently enough, with a water stain in the master bedroom catching Sarah's eye. As they peeled back the layers of wallpaper, they stumbled upon something unexpected, a name repeated over and over in frantic, uneven script. Eleanor Winters. Who was she, and why was her name etched into the walls of their home? Their curiosity sparked a journey into the past, a quest for answers that led them down a rabbit hole of mystery and intrigue. The more they delved into Eleanor's story, the more they realized the chilling connection to the woman who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish. Margaret, with her silver-streaked dark hair and elegant demeanor, had seemed eager to part ways with the house, never hinting at the dark secrets hidden within its walls. But as Michael and Sarah uncovered the truth, they found themselves entangled in a web of lies and deception that spanned decades. The missing persons case from years ago resurfaced, casting a shadow of doubt over everything they thought they knew. Eleanor Winters, a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes, bore a striking resemblance to Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, revealing a twisted tale of obsession and tragedy. As they dug deeper, Sarah and Michael unearthed hidden truths that shattered their sense of security. A hidden space beneath the floorboards revealed a tangled web of identities, each one a piece of a puzzle they struggled to piece together. But the most chilling revelation came when DNA analysis linked the name on the wall to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge. A woman consumed by dissociative identity disorder, Rebecca had taken on the persona of Eleanor Winters, weaving a complex tapestry of deception and delusion. The walls of their home became a confessional, bearing witness to a crime long buried in the past. As forensic teams descended upon their property, guided by technology that unearthed long-buried secrets, Michael and Sarah watched in silent horror as the truth came to light. Eleanor Winters' remains were discovered beneath the garden, bringing closure to a family torn apart by tragedy. Rebecca Eldridge, masquerading as Margaret Cavendish, was finally apprehended, her fractured mind unable to hide the truth any longer. For Michael and Sarah, the house they had once seen as a dream home had become a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The walls themselves whispered of secrets long kept hidden, a story of love, betrayal, and ultimately, redemption. And as they watched the sun set over their infamous home, they knew that some mysteries were never meant to be forgotten, their echoes lingering in the stillness of the night, a lullaby of whispers that would forever haunt their dreams. Story 17. In the dimly lit attic, concealed beneath a weathered blanket, they stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. A porcelain doll, its delicate features tinged with age, stared back at them with wide, unblinking blue eyes. Sarah and Michael, a young couple who had recently acquired the Victorian house at auction, shared a nervous laugh at the sight of the forgotten relic, just another dusty heirloom, they assumed. Little did they know that night would mark the beginning of an eerie tale woven into the fabric of their new home. As they retired to bed, a sense of unease settled over them. The air seemed thicker, the silence more profound, and when morning dawned, the doll was no longer perched in the attic's shadows. Instead, it sat ominously at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the stillness of the room. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, was summoned to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom revealed a macabre tableau, the female victim's body contorted into an unnatural pose, her eyes frozen wide in terror. Nearby, the male victim lay as if caught in a frantic attempt to flee. The absence of signs of struggle or forced entry only heightened the mystery that shrouded the crime scene. "The positioning is deliberate," Detective Winters murmured into her recorder, her voice barely above a whisper as she surveyed the chilling scene. The female victim, she noted, appeared almost staged, like a doll plucked from its display case, a disturbing parallel to the porcelain figure that had materialized in Sarah and Michael's home. The investigation unfurled like a tapestry of shadows and whispers. Neighbors shared unsettling accounts of phantom movements and eerie laughter emanating from the vacant house at odd hours. The forensic team unearthed traces of antique doll materials woven into the fabric of the crime scene, whispers of a past that refused to stay buried. Delving into the property's history, Detective Winters uncovered a pattern of inexplicable tragedies that spanned decades. Each previous owner had met a mysterious end, their lives cut short under circumstances tainted with the otherworldly. A newspaper clipping hinted at a dark legacy, the tale of a doll maker who had crafted lifelike creations imbued with secrets best left undisturbed. As the investigation peeled back layers of forgotten lore, a chilling realization dawned. The victims, like those before them, had unwittingly awoken a malevolent force intertwined with the very walls of the house. Sarah and Michael's renovation of the attic had unwittingly stirred dormant energies, setting in motion a series of events that defied rational explanation. Photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards unveiled a spectral truth. The dollmaker's creations moved, shifted, as if guided by an unseen hand. Infrared scans whispered of spectral imprints, of a spectral trail leading from the attic to the master bedroom, bearing witness to a sinister journey beyond human comprehension. A chance encounter with a descendant of the doll maker unraveled whispers of arcane rituals and forbidden knowledge, hinting at a truth too dreadful to comprehend. The line between the living and the inanimate blurred as the boundaries of reality strained against forces older than time itself. With each passing day, the grip of the unknown tightened its hold on the investigation. No suspect emerged, no logical thread could tether the spectral to the tangible. The case, like a ghostly specter, eluded the grasp of reason, leaving only unanswered questions in its wake. And so the house changed hands once more, its legacy of dread and whispers passed on to new keepers. The attic, once a sanctuary of forgotten dreams, now lay barren, a silent witness to the mysteries that lingered just beyond the veil of understanding. Detective Winters, weary from the weight of untold truths, bid farewell to a world steeped in shadows. In the quiet of her departure, she sealed away the memory of the doll maker and his haunted creations, a silent testament to the price of delving too deep into the darkness that lurks within us all. The new owners, wise to the house's silent secrets, chose to leave the attic undisturbed, a sanctuary preserved in reverence for the unknown. Yet on nights cloaked in stillness, whispers of a small shadow dancing behind the attic window and the faint echo of a child's laughter would drift through the ether, a reminder of the unseen forces that linger just beyond the edge of perception. Story 18. The house had sat silent and empty for what seemed like an eternity. Whispers among the neighbors spoke of the young woman who vanished, leaving behind a void that lingered in the air. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight, the bedroom door stubbornly locked, guarding its secrets within. With a creak and a groan, they forced it open, revealing a room frozen in time. Dust danced in the shafts of light, a heavy stillness hanging in the air, as if the walls held their breath. The bed perfectly made, untouched by time. The mirror a reflection of emptiness, devoid of smudges. And there, upon the desk, a solitary candle stood, its essence consumed by the passage of time, a silent witness to forgotten moments. A chill crept through the room as they beheld the notebook, its pages whispering untold stories. Detective Morgan delved into its contents, each word a brushstroke painting a portrait of the enigmatic Elise Winters. Her essence lingered in the meticulous script, a tale unfolding with each turn of the page. The ink still wet on the final entry, a haunting message etched into the paper like a plea from beyond. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words echoed in the stillness. "If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The detective's keen eyes traced the lines, piecing together a puzzle of a life interrupted. Elise, the paralegal, entwined in a web of deceit, her world unraveling before her disappearance. Colleagues spoke of her dedication, her unwavering pursuit of truth, a light dimming in the shadows of corporate intrigue. The room bore witness to her absence, a void where a vibrant soul once dwelled. Amidst the dust and shadows, a truth whispered its secrets to the keen-eyed investigator. The room, a silent witness to a crime unseen, held clues in its very essence. Fingerprint dust settled like a shroud, revealing fragments of a life shattered by deception. The scent of something amiss lingered, a ghostly reminder of the darkness that prowled unseen. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden trove emerged, concealed beneath the floorboards, a key to unlock a truth buried deep. Documents spoke of illicit dealings, of numbers manipulated, lives traded for profits. Elise's voice echoed in the recordings, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. The room, a stage for a tragedy, played out in whispers and shadows. The journey of justice led to a revelation, a path hidden in plain sight, a passage unveiled, a gateway to the underbelly of secrets long buried. Vincent Harriman, the puppet master of deception, ensnared in the web of his own making. The walls whispered of his treachery, the truth echoing in the hollow chambers of the house. As the wheels of justice turned, the facade crumbled, revealing the face of a villain unmasked. Harriman's protestations fell on deaf ears, the evidence a tapestry of guilt woven with threads of deceit. The room, a silent witness to a crime unresolved, stood as a testament to a life stolen but not forgotten. In the quiet of the night, whispers still danced through the empty halls, a reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within. The house, a sentinel of secrets, a relic of a past laid bare, and in the upstairs window, a flicker of light dances, a ghostly echo of a life extinguished too soon. Elise's room remains a shrine to her memory, a beacon of justice in a world cloaked in shadows. Story 19. The apartment had sat vacant for months, a silent witness to the passage of time. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps just a layer of dust, some forgotten relics of the past. However, one door stood stubbornly closed, guarding its secrets. It was a closet, locked tight from the inside, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a determined effort, the landlord managed to force the door open, revealing a sight that sent shivers down the spines of those present. The walls bore witness to a harrowing tale, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of desperation and struggle. And in the dimly lit corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, felt a chill creep down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but rather the haunting implications of those scratch marks, a silent cry for help, a battle against unseen forces. "We need forensics here immediately," she commanded her partner, Officer Reed, who was diligently documenting the eerie scratches. "And bring me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy hands, nervously recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. "A young woman kept to herself," he muttered, his gaze darting away from the closet. "Quiet, never caused any trouble." Forensic analysis uncovered a chilling revelation: multiple blood samples mingled within the scratches on the walls, most belonging to a single individual. Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing by her workplace after an abrupt disappearance. However, 2 other DNA profiles emerged, one unidentified in the system, the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't add up," Shaw murmured, her eyes fixed on the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, a convicted felon presumed dead in a tragic accident, now left his mark within the confines of the closet. Emma's apartment whispered tales of interrupted routines: a stack of unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug in the sink, a neatly arranged bed. Her phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of communication with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an unknown number in the days leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed revealed. No name, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a pivotal moment: a shadowy figure, obscured by a baseball cap, trailing Emma into her building one fateful night. The pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place. As Shaw delved deeper into the enigmatic case, a connection emerged between Emma and another missing woman, Lynette Porter, who had vanished years prior. Lynette's description aligned with a visitor seen frequenting Emma's residence, sparking a chain of revelations. A trail of breadcrumbs led the investigators to a secluded property owned by Mercer's family, where a grim discovery awaited them. Behind forbidding basement doors, Lynette Porter was unearthed alive but frail, confined in conditions mirroring Emma's ordeal. "He forced me to watch," Lynette whispered, her eyes vacant with trauma. "He wanted me to learn the consequences of defiance." The evidence mounted, painting a portrait of Mercer's twisted obsession with dominance. Journals chronicled his pursuit of control, photographs bore witness to his victims, and chilling videos captured the moment he sealed Emma's fate. "He thought she could expose us," his voice echoed in the recording. "No one betrays my trust." A manhunt ensued, spanning jurisdictions as authorities pursued the elusive Mercer. A profile emerged: a predator who thrived on inflicting suffering, relishing the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. Mercer's capture at a bus terminal marked a turning point, unveiling a meticulously planned escape to a coastal sanctuary. His possessions hinted at sinister intentions: a roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a faded newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a disturbing calmness, deflecting blame with a chilling rationality. "She sent that message herself," he claimed, pointing to the phone. "She craved salvation, but she wasn't worthy of rescue." The trial unfurled the elaborate web of deceit Mercer had woven, including his elaborate ruse to fake his demise and assume a new identity. Emma's body remained a ghostly absence, lost within the confines of the closet where she met her tragic end. After just 4 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered a resounding guilty verdict on all charges. As the sentence of life imprisonment without parole echoed through the courtroom, Mercer's stoic expression betrayed a hint of satisfaction, as if some clandestine logic justified his actions. In a poignant moment, Lynette Porter faced her captor in court, declaring, "You locked us in darkness, but I choose to stand in the light." The investigation reshaped protocols for missing persons cases, emphasizing the importance of scrutinizing relationship dynamics and scrutinizing rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode as a stark reminder that the most chilling crimes often leave scars unseen, etched within the shadows of survival. Story 20. In the dim light of the nursery, she felt a sense of urgency to repaint before the baby's arrival. The faded blue walls seemed to hold secrets within their worn layers. As the brush glided with the first stroke of white paint, a hidden message emerged beneath the surface, barely visible at first, then growing sharper and clearer. "Don't let it hear you." Her heart skipped a beat, and stepping back, she noticed tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. The discovery in the nursery of the old Morgan residence marked the beginning of what would become known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the house, her notebook ready. A pregnant woman, her belly protruding beneath paint-splattered overalls, answered the door with tired eyes and trembling hands. She recounted finding the eerie message and the mysterious handprints left behind. The previous owners had vanished overnight, leaving only rumors and a chilling atmosphere behind. Walking through the historic house, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on the aging floorboards. In the nursery, the unfinished wall revealed the cryptic message and the ghostly handprints, frozen in time. Back at the precinct, she delved into the property's troubled history. The house had changed owners numerous times, each family staying for only a brief period. Child welfare reports hinted at unsettling occurrences involving whispers and unseen entities. Research led the detective to Alina Blackwood, the former owner who ran an orphanage on the property. 5 children had disappeared under suspicious circumstances, their fate a mystery that lingered in the shadows. Former residents shared tales of strange happenings, culminating in the appearance of the ominous messages on the nursery walls. A forensic linguist linked the writing to Alina's journals, confirming a dark connection to the past. The detective's persistence paid off when ground-penetrating radar uncovered a grim secret hidden beneath the basement floor, 5 child-sized shapes, remnants of a tragic history. Further investigation revealed the children's fate, victims of Alina's twisted experiment to prolong her own life using their innocence. The nursery walls glowed with hidden handprints, a silent testimony to the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. Despite the closure brought by the proper burial of the victims, an eerie presence lingered in the house. Workers reported hearing phantom whispers and feeling unseen eyes upon them, driving them away in fear. The house, condemned and forsaken, stood as a silent witness to the unfathomable evil that had taken place within its walls. Detective Klein's final report captured the essence of the case, the photograph of the luminous handprints serving as a haunting reminder of the lingering spirits that refused to fade away. The nursery walls were torn down, but the echoes of the past remained, a chilling testament to the enduring power of a dark history that defied closure. Story 21. In the stillness of the night, the apartment exuded an ancient aura. The heating system emitted low groans, the pipes whispered secrets. It was a symphony of old whispers, a lullaby of the past. She had grown accustomed to these nocturnal melodies, finding comfort in their familiarity. But one fateful evening, a new voice joined the nocturnal chorus. A voice, gentle yet insistent, drifted through the rusted vents, caressing her name with a ghostly touch. She hesitated, her heartbeat quickening as she pressed her ear against the cold metal grate. A chill danced down her spine as a soft breath of air brushed her cheek, carrying with it a whisper, almost playful in its tone, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the heart of the deserted apartment, a lone figure amidst the shadows. Her gaze fixated on the aged vent cover that had been pried open, revealing a passage to the unknown. Around her, the forensics team moved with a quiet precision, capturing the scene in flashes of light and shadow. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until a faint scent lingered in the stale air. Officer Patel recited notes from his pad, recounting Alina's claims of voices from the vents, dismissed as mere quirks of an aging building. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the frantic scratch marks etched into the metal, a silent plea for escape, a desperate attempt to break free from an unseen prison. The pieces of the puzzle began to form a chilling picture of paranoia and dread. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher, had succumbed to the whispers that haunted her days and tormented her nights. Her fears, once dismissed as figments of a troubled mind, now held a sinister truth. Shaw listened to the echoes of Alina's voice, captured in digital whispers that spoke of a presence lurking within the walls, a malevolent force that sought to claim her. As the investigation delved deeper, shadows of the past emerged from the building's history. Tenants had fled in haste, their souls unsettled by unseen specters that whispered in the darkness. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, stood at the center of the mystery, his calm facade masking a darker truth. Hidden passages concealed within the building's bones revealed a clandestine world where secrets festered and shadows danced. Shaw uncovered a trove of evidence in Weber's lair, a digital archive of voyeurism and obsession. Alina's life laid bare in recordings and photographs, a chilling testament to a predator's twisted desires. Weber's arrest sent ripples of unease through the community, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The trial unveiled a tapestry of horror, woven from the threads of broken lives and shattered innocence. Guilty verdicts echoed through the halls of justice, but Weber's parting words lingered like a haunting refrain. The whispers of the past lingered in the vacant halls, a spectral reminder of the horrors that once dwelled within. Despite attempts at renewal, the building remained a haunted shell, its walls echoing with the memories of those who had suffered within. The whispers persisted, a ghostly symphony that played on, a chilling reminder that some echoes never truly fade. And so, the apartment building stood as a testament to the shadows that danced within its walls, a spectral guardian of secrets long buried in the whispers of the night. Story 22. Aged envelope, its corners tinged with yellow, bore a fresh stamp, as if it had just embarked on a journey through time. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded its contents. Within lay a solitary sheet of paper, the words typed hastily in a jagged script, "I am sorry for what I did." A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a metallic tang. It was only upon closer inspection that the detective noticed the reddish smear along the bottom, a stark contrast to the stark white sheet. This was no ordinary ink stain. Detective Sarah Morgan, her fingers sheathed in gloves, carefully secured the letter in an evidence bag, her movements precise and methodical. The forensic team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The reddish mark was, indeed, human blood, its DNA a chilling match to an unsolved homicide that had cast a dark shadow over the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her life cut short by a series of brutal stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes strewn across the floor, hinting at a connection between her untimely demise and the investigation she had been pursuing. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, the trail of lies fading into obscurity. And then, like a whisper in the night, the letter arrived at the precinct, bearing the simple address, Homicide Division. The fingerprints were scarce, mere smudges hinting at gloves worn by the sender. But the postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to unravel the mystery that had eluded them for so long. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter to the board, the stark words staring back at them in silent accusation. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice a soft echo in the stillness. "Our killer carries the weight of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this relentless pursuit of justice, regarded the letter with a furrowed brow. "Or perhaps," he ventured, "it is a ploy, a twisted game meant to deceive us." As the forensic team delved into the unique impressions left by the antiquated typewriter, a relic from a bygone era, the detectives retraced Rebecca's footsteps, delving into her world of uncovering truths and exposing lies. Her editor painted a picture of a woman fearless in her pursuit of justice, unyielding in her quest to shine a light on corruption. The threads of the investigation led them to Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, whose demeanor shifted subtly in the wake of the letter's revelation. A confession spilled forth, revealing fears long kept hidden, secrets clawing their way to the surface. She spoke of a shadow trailing her, he confessed, the weight of guilt heavy in his words. "I should have listened." And then, as if on cue, a second letter arrived, bearing the same telltale signs of its predecessor, a macabre blend of typewritten words and crimson stains. The message within unveiled a web of deceit, a tale of power and betrayal woven into the fabric of a wealthy family's legacy. The mansion of the deceased patriarch loomed large in their sights, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the center of their scrutiny, his polished facade beginning to crack under the weight of their questions. And it was in the shadowed recesses of his home that the truth lay hidden, waiting to be unearthed. Microscopic fibers on the envelopes led them to the youngest daughter, Eleanor, her involvement a revelation that sent shockwaves through the investigation. A hidden room revealed a trove of damning evidence, tying Richard to the crime in ways they had not dared to imagine. The intricate web of deceit revealed itself in the form of financial transactions, whispered conversations, and a trail of blood that led back to the victim. Michael's betrayal, a tragic misstep born of fear and naivety, unfolded in the harsh light of truth. And as the trial reached its climax, the weight of guilt bore down upon the true perpetrator, his protests drowned out by the damning evidence arrayed against him. Richard's facade crumbled, his final plea for innocence a hollow echo in the courtroom. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a testament to the power of truth, a reminder that even the most carefully orchestrated plans can unravel in the face of remorse and revelation. And as the sounds of justice echoed through the halls, A sense of closure settled upon the hearts of those left behind, a bittersweet solace in the wake of tragedy. The blood-stained letters, silent witnesses to a tale of deception and redemption, stood as a reminder that no secret remains buried forever, no sin forgotten in the passage of time. And in the stillness of the night, the echoes of the past whispered their secrets, a lullaby of justice served and truth revealed. Story 23. She entered through the front door, dust dancing in the still air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling tales of neglect. Every door she opened led her back to the parlor, a strange loop binding her in its mystery. The way out vanished as she turned back, the front door now a mere memory. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body shifted the focus from urban legend to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind observed in silence as forensic experts moved like phantoms through the dim-lit rooms. The house, once known for compasses spinning aimlessly and whispers of unseen watchers, now harbored secrets darker than folklore. The initial assessment indicates she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured. Asphyxiation seems to be the cause of death. Morgan was found seated peacefully in an antique chair, her gaze fixed on the entrance as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the seasoned investigators. Who discovered the body? Lind inquired, scanning her notes. A real estate agent showing the property, her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew near. The house had remained empty since the demise of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a tale overshadowed by legal battles and forgotten by time. Morgan Pierce, a young researcher captivated by architectural anomalies, had ventured into the house seeking answers for her thesis. Known for her meticulous nature and curiosity about unconventional spaces, the Victorian's allure was irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned investigating the house where souls wander in her studies. Investigations unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the enigmatic house before her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustics, chilling drafts, and doors leading to ever-changing rooms. In her final notes, she spoke of documenting what she termed spatial incongruities, equipment now missing. The autopsy unveiled an unexpected twist. An uncommon alkaloid lingered in Morgan's system, traced back to a plant used in ancient rituals. Though not in lethal doses, the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions. She was not one for recreational substances, her partner affirmed. Morgan was dedicated to her research and would not have jeopardized her perceptions intentionally. Deleted messages on Morgan's phone hinted at a confidant who shared her fascination with the house, delving into its enigmatic depths. The conversations grew intimate and cryptic, hinting at the dwelling's yearning to reveal its secrets. Detectives turned their focus to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in Morgan's quest. Reeves, knowledgeable about rare spatial phenomena, shared a bond with Morgan that transcended professional boundaries. His alibi during the estimated time of her demise was solid, backed by university symposium footage. A breakthrough surfaced from an unexpected source, Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, divulging a long-buried family secret. My kin weren't the sole Blackwoods to meet their end in that house, he disclosed. Always found at peace in the parlor, victims of the claiming. Family archives chronicled deaths attributed to natural causes, but linked by a sinister influence dubbed the claiming. A hidden compartment behind the parlor's hearth unveiled Morgan's missing gear and a chamber holding artifacts from diverse cultures, arranged meticulously around a weathered figurine symbolizing a deity of liminal boundaries. The residue matched the alkaloid in Morgan's system, tying her fate to ancient rituals. Further analysis of dust patterns hinted at a mysterious presence during Morgan's demise, with unknown fingerprints adorning the house's doorknobs. Weeks later, Adam Reeves was discovered in his apartment, mirroring Morgan's peaceful pose, the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand, a key fitting the hidden compartment, his final email capturing the house's enigmatic grip on perception. The case, shrouded in uncertainty, remains unsolved, labeled as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The condemned Victorian stands silent, its secrets locked away, yet whispers persist of ethereal lights and vanished visitors. Locals debate whether the house claims those who delved too deep, or if Morgan and Reeves unearthed ancient forces lingering between realms. The truth eludes grasp, much like an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 24, The Unseen Echo. A stray transmission shattered the usual quiet of the operator's night, a pocket dial filled with static and muffled whispers. Initially dismissed as a mundane accident, the moment took a chilling turn when a voice pierced through the chaos. A woman's urgent whisper cut the air, barely audible but laden with fear. He's here. He, and then an eerie silence engulfed the line. The number traced back to an empty house, its walls echoing with memories long forgotten, abandoned to solitude for years. There were no signs of forced entry, no disturbances to hint at an unwelcome visitor. Yet amid the layers of dust that coated the forgotten kitchen, a phone rested on the counter, its screen softly aglow. The call had been made mere minutes ago, a ghostly echo of an unseen presence. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn back to the playback, her finger hovering over the button for the 5th time. The whispered words lingered, haunting her with their desperation, their impossibility in the stillness of the abandoned property. Once the house belonged to the Sullivan family, until a fierce blaze tore through its walls, consuming the west wing in its fiery grasp. Following the tragedy, the Sullivans had fled, seeking solace elsewhere. The caretaker made sporadic visits, swearing by the emptiness that lingered within. Background check on the number. Morgan's inquiry cut through the heavy silence, directed at her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer came swift and solemn, registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, who had met her end in a car accident 3 years prior. As Morgan gazed at the phone nestled within the evidence bag, a sense of unease crept over her. A puzzle unfolded before her, its pieces refusing to fit together, a spectral call from a deceased woman's phone, originating from the heart of an abandoned house. The forensic team's meticulous search yielded little of substance. No fingerprints adorned the device, save for faint smudges that defied identification. No footprints marred the dust-laden floors, no trace of an intruder in sight. It was as though the phone had materialized out of thin air, disturbing only the particles where it now sat. The recording, those 11 seconds of static and breath, became the focal point of their investigation, a cryptic message from beyond, a plea trapped in the confines of time. Voice analysis linked the voice to Catherine Sullivan with an unsettling 98% certainty, drawing a fragile thread between the living and the departed. Morgan and Walsh delved deep, questioning those who had known Catherine in life. Her father, now remarried, bore the weight of confusion in his eyes. Her mother, a figure of solitude in a small apartment, crumbled at the sound of the whisper, recognizing it as her daughter's fearful plea. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former flame, presented an alibi for the night of the call, a night shift at the hospital, verified by a chorus of witnesses and vigilant security cameras. The pieces of the puzzle refused to align, creating a dissonant melody of doubt and suspicion. The case lay stagnant until a call shattered the silence, Catherine's mother's voice quivering with a newfound revelation. Katie kept a journal, she confessed, a tremor in her words. The last entry, you must see it. Within the journal, secrets lay buried, tales of love turned to shadows, of control and isolation, of a looming dread that had crept into Catherine's heart. The final entry bore a chilling prophecy, a whispered truth penned in ink. He found out I'm leaving, he's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident. Confronted once more, Mark's facade cracked under the weight of damning evidence. Denial crumbled as the truth clawed its way to the surface, exposing a sinister underbelly hidden from prying eyes. The accident scene revisited, revelations unearthed a buried secret, a phone silenced in the depths, echoing a tale of betrayal and tragedy. The buried device, Catherine's true phone, held within its digital confines a harrowing exchange, the echoes of a doomed encounter, a sinister pursuit that ended in darkness. As the shadows of the past unfurled, the truth emerged, a narrative of manipulation, of twisted intentions veiled in a facade of innocence. Mark's lair revealed a macabre shrine, a tribute to the life he had extinguished, a tapestry woven with threads of obsession and malice. In a courtroom heavy with the weight of justice, the jury's verdict rang clear and resolute, guilty of first-degree murder, a sentence befitting the heinous crimes committed. As the gavel fell, a sense of closure descended, wrapping around those who had sought the truth in the darkness. The phone from the abandoned house now lay dormant in the evidence locker, a relic of a twisted game played by a soul consumed by darkness. Officers whispered of phantom rings that pierced the night, a spectral echo of a voice forever silenced. Catherine's story lived on, not as a ghostly whisper in the night, but as a testament to the resilience of the silenced, a reminder that even in death, voices find a way to break through the veil of silence and speak their truth. Story 25. In the quiet embrace of the old apartment, where pipes whispered secrets and floorboards murmured tales of the past, a new tenant settled in, attuned to the subtle rhythms of the building. But amidst the usual symphony of settling sounds, she discerned a peculiar cadence and echo of footsteps too precise, too deliberate to belong to the usual chorus of the night. These footfalls, steady and measured, seemed to emanate from above, a mystery in a realm where there should be only emptiness. Living on the top floor, she puzzled over the enigma of the phantom steps that traversed the ceiling like ghosts in the darkness. One fateful night, emboldened by a whisper of courage, she reached for a broomstick and tapped on the ceiling, seeking to unravel the enigma. The sound ceased, swallowed by the vast expanse of silence that followed. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself, a cryptic response that sent shivers down her spine. Sarah Coleman harbored the secret of the knocking deep within, a clandestine enigma she dared not share with the world. Rationalizing it as mere echoes of the building's settling bones, or perhaps the playful antics of a small nocturnal visitor, she chose silence, a shield against the unsettling unknown that lurked above. Night after night, the methodical footfalls persisted, tracing invisible paths across the ceiling, a silent ballet of unseen presence. Sarah adapted, drowning out the disquieting echoes with the blare of the television, cocooning herself in the sanctuary of headphones to ward off the relentless cadence that haunted her sleep. Detective Morris was drawn into the web of mystery that enshrouded the apartment when a routine repair unearthed a concealed passage, hidden from the eyes of the world. A maintenance worker tasked with remedying a leak uncovered a clandestine realm behind a veil of drywall, a space that defied the architectural logic of the building. Within this covert domain lay a makeshift sanctuary, a realm of discarded remnants and a cryptic notebook that whispered of unseen watchers. As the police were summoned to unlock the secrets of the hidden space, Detective Morris and his partner descended into a labyrinth of shadows, guided by the revelations of the maintenance worker. The notebook, a testament to eerie vigilance, chronicled Sarah Coleman's life in meticulous detail, a voyeuristic gaze that transcended the boundaries of privacy, creeping into the sacred corners of her existence. Forensic hands combed through the clandestine passages, unearthing a network of hidden conduits that intertwined with the very fabric of the building. A tapestry of secrets unfolded, connecting disparate lives to a singular point of observation, Sarah Coleman's abode, the focal point of a clandestine watcher's domain. Interviews with residents painted a portrait of normalcy, veiling the whispers of unease that lurked beneath the surface. Former tenants, scarred by the echo of unseen eyes, spoke of shadows that danced in the corners of their perception, of whispers that faded with the light of day. The puzzle found its missing piece in a splatter of blood, invisible to the naked eye, a spectral imprint that led back to a phantom of the past Martin Weaver, a specter lost to the shadows. His disappearance, a ghostly echo of unspoken fears, intertwined with the enigma of Sarah's silent watcher. Edward Mercer, the shadow that haunted the walls, emerged from the mists of obscurity, a specter of silence and solitude. His nomadic existence, a tapestry of transient abodes and hidden truths, wove a sinister narrative that spanned the breadth of time. The cabin, a shrine to unseen eyes, bore witness to the twisted obsessions of a phantom observer. Photographs adorned the walls, a gallery of unwitting subjects trapped in a web of silent scrutiny. Maps charted unseen passages, a labyrinth of shadows that crisscrossed the boundaries of reality. As the truth unraveled, grave by grave, the specter of Edward Mercer loomed large, a phantom of the night who vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and unspeakable horrors. Sarah Coleman, a ghost in the night, vanished without a trace, a victim of unseen eyes and silent footsteps. Her fate intertwined with a tapestry of disappearances that spanned the breadth of the land, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks within the walls of our existence. As Detective Morris gazed into the abyss of uncertainty, haunted by the specter of Sarah's fate, he found himself listening to the echoes of the night, waiting for a sign from the shadows above. In the hush of solitude, he pondered the enigma of unseen watchers, wondering if, in the stillness of the night, someone else was listening too. Story 26, The Unexpected Room. Realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no clue to its existence. Yet when the family peeled back the old carpet, a hidden door was revealed. With a heavy, rusted handle, it took the strength of 3 to force it open. Stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they descended the steps into darkness. Expecting storage, they instead found a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a series of photographs, images of themselves. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during the winter, drawn to the character and history of the two-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors. But they never expected the deep history the house held, nor the chilling way it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors and her partner arrived at the property to find the crime scene unit already at work, yellow tape fluttering in the wind. Mrs. Mercer's voice trembled as she recounted what they had discovered beneath their living room floor. Instructing to document everything before further exploration, Connors donned her latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team captured the scene, the wooden steps groaning under their weight. The basement was small, akin to a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted in a flat gray hue. A single chair stood bolted to the floor, illuminated harshly by the bare bulb above, casting eerie shadows across the room. But it was the wall of photographs that drew their focus, 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. Examining the timestamps on the prints, Connor's partner noted the dates stretching back nearly 4 weeks. Each photo captured moments from the Mercer family's daily lives, unsettling in their intimate portrayal. The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no theft, only a profound invasion of privacy that left the family feeling exposed and vulnerable. As they delved deeper, interviewing previous owners and uncovering the house's tumultuous history, the case took a disturbing turn. Blueprints were altered, records tampered with, and a pattern of secrecy emerged. The pivotal moment came when they spoke to the contractor who had renovated the house years prior, his denial of the basement's existence sending shivers down their spines. Digital forensics unveiled a hidden memory card with hundreds more images, chronicling not just the Mercers but previous families as well. The discovery of hidden audio recordings added a sinister layer to the intrusion, revealing a sophisticated surveillance network within the very walls of the house. Behind the wall of photographs, a secret passage led to a monitoring station, a chilling testament to the obsession of the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin. His journal detailed the family's every move, their vulnerabilities laid bare in his meticulous notes. It became clear that Kelvin had never truly left the house. He had become one with its hidden spaces, a silent observer of those who dwelled within. The manhunt for Kelvin ended with his discovery curled in a crawl space, his presence a haunting reminder of the families he had watched over the years. His delusions painted the families as mere characters in his private drama, their lives subject to his unrelenting gaze. Despite his capture, Kelvin remained detached, lost in the world he had constructed within the house's walls. The Mercer family, like those before them, abandoned the property, leaving behind the echoes of their violated privacy. As the trial unfolded, the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network was laid bare, a chilling testament to his twisted vision of the house as a living, breathing entity of observation. With the property demolished and the ground filled, the families who had unknowingly been watched still felt the specter of Kelvin's presence. In quiet moments, they wondered if they were truly alone, if the walls held memories of their most private moments. The violation lingered, a reminder that sometimes the darkest secrets are those hidden in plain sight. Story 27, The Secret Room Beneath. The old wooden plank shifted under her weight, drawing her focus to the subtle movement. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose board, sensing the hidden space beneath. With cautious determination, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, mysterious void under her new home. Sarah Coleman peered into the darkness below, a mixture of fear and curiosity swirling in her eyes. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind her, casting a steady beam of light into the concealed chamber. The walls were adorned with surveillance photos, capturing Sarah's every move, evidence of a twisted obsession that had long remained hidden. As investigators combed through the hidden room, a disturbing timeline emerged. Walter Green, the previous owner who died in solitude, had been fixated on Sarah for years, meticulously documenting her life without her knowledge. The realization sent shivers down Sarah's spine, the sense of violation palpable in the air. The discovery took a chilling turn when a key found in Walter's locker led them to a storage unit filled with replicas of Sarah's belongings, in eerie duplication of her former life. It became clear that Walter's delusions of a shared destiny with Sarah had driven him to disturbing lengths, blurring the line between fantasy and reality. Reeling from the unsettling truth, Sarah made the decision to sell the house, haunted by the thought of what could have been if she hadn't uncovered the hidden room. The investigation closed with Walter's death, marking the case as stalking with intent to abduct, a fate narrowly avoided by Sarah. As life moved on and the house changed hands, the memory of the secret room lingered, a reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk beneath the surface, of the fragile line between safety and danger. And for Sarah, it was a testament to the fragility of existence, a whisper of the darkness that once dwelled beneath her very feet.